Good morning. Oh dear. Service issues already? Oh, good morning, Mooney. Welcome. Good morning. Oh, man, I haven't seen you in ages. Hey, it is, thank you. You are a follower from the Neverwinter stream, right? Welcome back. I think it was the Neverwinter stream. Man, I haven't seen you in forever. Okay. Hi. So, we're reading Project Hail Mary. We've been reading it for the past couple of weeks. Um, today's been rough. This week's been rough. Uh, if you know, you know. But, this book is the only thing keeping my sanity tethered. And I love reading it to you guys. You guys have had really excellent responses to it. So I'm hoping that today we can. Hold on. Let me send this stream link to my agency and my moderator. Oh, and I see that Cassie has found it, so that's exciting. That's okay, it's really good to see you. It's really good to see you. Um, yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty rough week. Real ones know, but oh yeah, I don't know how to put my chat on screen. The chat window is actually just my karaoke set list window. Uh, I don't know how to put my chat on screen. I tried to figure it out a while ago, but I couldn't figure out how to make it look good aesthetically, so I just ended up giving up on it. Ugh, I don't know. I'm trying to do my best. For those who aren't longtime viewers, I've been dealing with some pretty pervasive uh, stalking and cyber stalking anyway, and an isolation attempt as a result, and I've been losing a lot of friends, and it bled over into my professional Twitter. So it's been a rough few days as I've watched my entire circle fall apart. But I have my friends and my fans, and I think as long as I do, things are gonna work out. You all are so wonderful, and I I'm not worried. I should be, but I'm not. I'm just I'm happy because I know at the end of the day, the people that matter will stick around, and I have a wonderful fan base. You're all lovely. So I think as long as we just stick together and yeah, I love this. I love my agency. They've been absolutely wonderful in protecting me and working with me through it. Um, my artist is a complete angel. Um, my gen mates, my co-highs, they've all been so supportive. But I'm not here to be sappy or sad today. I'm here to um read. Uh, since you haven't been to a stream in a while, Ken, I will ask, have you read the book that I'm going to be reading to everyone today? Uh, for those unaware, it's Andy Weir's Project Hail Mary. It's a science fiction novel that I would generously call cosmic horror friendship. Uh, it's kind of wholesome. It's absolutely wonderful. The author Andy Weir also wrote The Martian, which you may have seen the movie for. It's the one where Matt Damon makes a potato farm on Mars. Uh, but Project Hail Mary got a movie a couple of months ago, and it inspired me to like I wanted to read the book before I seen the movie because I wanted to know what the hype was about. But I don't really have a lot of time to watch movies. So I bought the audiobook, I listened to it all the way through, I fell completely in love with it and with Ryland, and then I yeah, well you're not only going in blind, you're going in confused, because where are we? We are in the middle of chapter 9. We're not, we're not even at the start of chapter 9, we're in the middle of chapter 9. Because I tend to do my book streams in the mornings before work when I have afternoon shifts, and typically I have to end those streams at around 12:30. So, my other VODs are up. All of the VODs from previous chapters are on my channel. You can go and watch them later if you want to catch up. Um, so don't worry too much about that. Uh, but it's really exciting because we're about to meet my second favorite character in the entire novel, Rocky. So, oh Lord, my book. I have the physical. I've. Oh, also, I got a new microphone. Do you like the new microphone? I know everyone else has heard the microphone, but I think when Ken was here for the Neverwinter stream, I was using my headset. So I got the new mic as a with Amazon money my uncle sent me for Christmas. So it's a much better mic for things like reading and visual novels and karaoke's. I wanted something good and it's cute. It matches my setup, which, for those who have seen my tweets, is aggressively pink. Uh, so, um, yeah, you're a little bit in the middle of the chaos, Ken. But I hope you have fun anyway, because um, thank you. I love it. It's a good mic. It's Feel World is the brand. It's got like a little shield. Oh, and it lights up. It lights up. The headphones that I'm using are actually also new. Uh, I think during the Neverwinter stream, I still had the Hello Kitty ones, but I went to visit my mother for Christmas, So I'm rocking the Razer Kraken Kitty newest model. Um, they're very comfortable. Um, my entire setup is just about as pink as my model and assets would lead you to believe it is. uh, I'm really playing up the femboy thing, huh? It's fine, it's cool. All right. Enough yapping. It's book time. Huh, I say to myself. So that's how the spin drive works. I munch on my burrito. So I guess I have thousands of those? 1,009, I hear Dimitri's voice in my head. At least that's how many I started with. Some probably went kaput during the trip. There's probably a panel on the spin drive console that'll tell me the status of each little one. Proximity alert interrupts my thoughts. Finally! I drop the burrito, it floats where I leave it, and launch myself up to the control room. The hatch from the dormitory to the lab doesn't line up with the hatch from the lab to the control room, but there's a diagonal line of travel that'll send me through both if I do it just right. I don't get it right this time. I have to push off a lab wall en route. Still, I'm getting better at it. I check the radar panel, and sure enough, the blip A is approaching. Not a cylinder this time. The whole ship is coming my way. Nice and slow. Maybe they're going for a non-threatening kind of approach. In any event, it's almost here. Looks like its hull has a new addition. In the diamond part that's as in that diamond part that's as big as the whole Hail Mary, there's a cylindrical tube sticking straight up. The hull robot is sitting next to it looking proud of itself. I may be anthropomorphizing a tad. The tube looks like xenonite. Patchy gray and tan with gray and light thick lines running along its length. It's hard to tell from this angle, but it also looks to be hollow. I think I know what comes next. If they follow the plan they indicated with their model, they'll be putting the other end of it against my airlock. How will they attach the tunnel? My airlock does have a docking probably for whatever ship brought me and my crewmates to the Hail Mary. But I can't expect Iridians to know the intricacies of a universal airlock. Blip A edges ever closer. What if there's a mistake? What if they miscalculate? They accidentally poke a hole in my hull? I'm all that stands between humanity and extinction. Will an alien math error doom my entire species? I hustle to the airlock and pull on the EVA suit. I'm in there in record time, better safe than sorry. Blip A is so close now, the telescope screen shows just a patch of mottled hull. I switch to the external cameras, my hull is littered with them. They're all controlled from a window on the EVA panel. Always good to know where your astronaut is when giving them EVA instructions, I guess. The tunnel is about 20 feet long, or 7 meters. Man, being an American scientist sucks sometimes. You think in random, unpredictable units based on what situation you're in. The hull robot reaches out with some seriously telescoping arms. I had no idea it could do that. It extends well beyond the tunnel toward my airlock. Not creepy at all. 5 ever growing alien robot arms reaching for my front door. No cause for alarm. Oh god, I love how sassy he is. Each arm's 3-fingered hand is holding something. Curved bar with a flat plate attached on the ends, like a coffee mug handle. 3 of the arms reach the Hail Mary and stick the flat parts of their devices on the hull. Shortly after, the other 2 arms do the same. Then, all 5 retract, pulling the Hail Mary toward the tunnel. Okay, so those flat things are handles. How are they attached? Good question. My hull is both smooth and made of non-magnetic aluminum. Why do I remember that all of a sudden? The handles certainly aren't connected to any by any mechanical means, must be adhesive. And it all starts to make sense. Of course, they aren't going to work out how the docking mechanism works. They're going to glue one end of the tunnel to my ship. Why not? Much simpler. My ship groans. It's a 100,000 kilogram piece of equipment that was definitely not designed to be pulled along by its airlock. Will the hull put up with this? I double check the seals on my EVA suit. Control room moves around me. It's not fast, just a few centimeters per second. Hey, for small spaceship velocities, I think in metric. Much better than qubits per fortnight or whatever. Oh my god. Oh, fucking guy. Oh, Ryland. Ugh, he's such a goof. I'll let the wall catch up to me. At some lizard brain level, I like being a little further from the airlock. Some scary stuff is going on over there. Yes, yes, you did. Oh my god. This book is so stupid. You did. He did say Fortnite. Fuck. Uh, Plunk. The Iridian tunnel has hit the hull. Clicks and scrapes follow. I watch the whole camera feeds. The mouth of the tunnel, now firmly held to the airlock aperture, is larger than the airlock door. I guess that's that. Presuming the glue will hold pressure, they don't even know what my atmospheric pressure is. What's the glue made of? So many questions. I can't operate the control room panels with my EVA suit gloves. I wish I could zoom in or something. I squint at one of the feeds showing the tunnel. It sure looks tight against the hole to me. There's some curvature to the hole around that spot. Kind of a complicated shape to make, but the Iridians duplicated it perfectly. After another minute, the robot arms let go of their handles, leaving them on the hull. A muffled sound comes from the airlock. It's a whooshing sound. Is that airflow? They're pressurizing the tunnel. My heart races. Can my hull handle this? What if their air dissolves aluminum? What if aluminum is highly toxic to iridians and one whiff of it kills them instantly? This is a terrible idea. The whooshing stopped. I gulp. They're done. Nothing dissolved yet. I float over the airlock for a look see. Had both airlock doors sealed, of course, more protection in case of a breach. I open the inner door and float inside. I peek out the porthole window. The blackness of space gone, replaced with the blackness of a dark tunnel. I turn on the helmet lamps and angle my head to shine light through the porthole. But the end of the tunnel is too close. I don't mean I'm bothered by it. I mean the end of it is not 20 feet away. It's more like 10 feet. And while the rest of the tunnel is made of gray and tan blotchy xenonite, the wall at the end is a hexagonal pattern of random colors. They didn't just connect the tunnel, they connected my airlock to theirs with a wall in the middle. Clever. I close the inner airlock door with me inside and depressurize it. I spin the outer door's hatch handle and push. It opens without resistance. The tunnel is a vacuum. At least it is on my side of the divider. I think I see. This is a test. They had all the same concerns I had. Attach it, let me pressurize my half with my air, and see what happens. Either it works or it doesn't. If it works, great. If not, they'll try something else, or maybe ask me to try something. Okay, let's see. I tell the airlock to repressurize. It fuses. The outer door is open. Nice to know that safety interlock is there, but I'll have to work around it. It's not hard. There's a manual relief valve that'll just let air from the ship into the airlock. It bypasses all computer controls. You don't want someone to die because of a software malfunction, right? I open the relief valve. Air rushes from the Hail Mary and, with the airlock wide open, into the tunnel. Within 3 minutes, the airflow slows and then stops. The suit readings tell me there's 400 hectopascals of pressure outside. The Hail Mary has equalized with my part of the tunnel. I close the relief valve and wait. I watch the external pressure gauge on my EVA suit. The pressure stays at 400, put at 400 hectopascals. We have a good seal. Iridians know how to glue xenonite to aluminum. Of course they do. Aluminum's an element, and any species that could invent xenonite in the first place must know their way around the periodic table 1,000 times better than we do. Time for a leap of faith. I pop the seals of the EVA suit and climb out the back. Strong smell of ammonia permeates the air, but it's otherwise breathable. My own air supply, after all. I push the EVA suit back toward the airlock. The helmet lamps are my only source of light, so I finagle the suit so the lights stay pointed down the tunnel. I float over to the mystery wall and reach out to touch it, but stop short. I can feel the heat even from a few inches away. Iridians like it hot. In fact, I'm starting to sweat. The tunnel walls are heating up my air. It's uncomfortable, but not too bad. I can open the Hail Marys in our airlock door if I want my climate control to take over, and our life support systems can fight it out. They'll keep the hot side hot, and I'll keep the cold side cold. Even with the sweat forming on my brow and the strong ammonia odor making my eyes water, I press on. I'm just too curious not to. Could anyone blame me? There are at least 20 little hexagons on this wall. They're all different colors and textures, and I think a couple of them might be translucent. I should catalog each one to figure out if I can identify what they're made of. Looking closer, I see there's a definite seam running along the edges of the hexes. And that's when I hear it. Sound come from the other side. So that's the end of chapter 9. I guess we were a little further through it than I thought. Um, I think we are truly finally about to meet Rockies. The people in my audience who have been going, Rocky time? Rocky this chapter? Rocky next chapter? Yes, Rocky soon. Oh, an orange soda on my white shirt. I like this book. It's ridiculously dorky. It's kind of a nerd's dream book. There's a lot of stupid references in here. It is time for Rocky. You're all gonna love him so much. He's so cute. He's time for the Rock Boy. Oh god, I love him. He's without a doubt my my silly little guy. I love him more every passing moment. Speaking of Project Hail Mary, my little I bought a fan merch box on Etsy, and I think it's supposed to show up today, which I'm God infinitely excited about. I cannot express it. It's so awesome. um, it's got a little bitty Ryland plushie in it. Oh yeah, chat's a little laggy. It's always kind of been like that. The best explanation I have for why that's the case is because I stream on a very thin HP laptop that I was originally bought as a device to use for my college, which oh yeah, that's right. I graduated college last month and forgot to tell anyone because I forgot that it was happening. Um, but um, yes, yeah. So there's a little bit of lag, but oh god, yeah. No, Project Hail Mary is awesome. I can't wait for this stupid little box to come in. It's got an itty bitty Ryland plushie. It's got a couple of stickers. It's got his little Earth Ball hacky sack in it. Um, a couple of weeks ago, I got into the book, and it just changed my life. So now I'm hyperfixated and I can't escape it. Recommend watching the movie if you can. If you don't have the time to read a book, watch the movie. It's on Prime now. It's so good. It's so funny and adorable. But yeah, no, I struggled a little bit second semester, uh, but I did manage. Took a 1 year course from September to April, art and design. And we're trying to get my certificate to come home in the mail, but we lost it, or we lost the packing slip for it. So we have to reorder it. Um, thumbs up emoji. Um, Also, you may be wondering about the little guy on my head. I talk about this basically every stream because whenever I have new viewers, eventually I get asked about the little guy on my head. But this is Smiley Bomb. He's not a part of my model. He's a separate toggle. But he's a couple of months ago I was in a really bad place mentally because my favorite streamer went on hiatus and this little dude is his mascot. So, in an attempt to bring me myself a little bit of joy, sent my artist 25 bucks and was like, "Hey, can you draw me a little smiley bomb to put on my head?" And he said yes. So there he is. um my little dude, bomb on head. I originally wanted a shoe in reference to the 4chan meme. For those who aren't aware, there was an old meme thing going around where 4chaners would ask cam girls to put shoes on their heads um, for money, and I've never forgotten about it. But my character doesn't wear shoes, so you know, I can't do a shoe. I don't wear shoes. My paws slash hooves are just out. So smiley bomb on head instead. he's he's a fun toggle. So when I'm having a bad day and I need a little extra joy, I just turn on the smiley bomb toggle and he sits here. Uh, but I guess it also works as free advertisement for Gianni, um, who you should go watch because he's very funny. Um, because this is his little guy. Um, and I will take literally any opportunity to yap about him. Uh, that when I get back to the Ultra Kill streams, which I'm I accidentally did basically all of violence off stream, uh, and I'm too embarrassed with how much I'm struggling with the Earth Mover to stream myself struggling with the Earth Mover. I might have to put cheats on for the Earth Mover because it pisses me off the same way that Leviathan pissed me off. Uh, so yeah, I might have to put cheats on for the Earth Mover. Already playing on like the second easiest difficulty. I'm so bad at Ultra Kill. But we are gonna do more Ultra Kill eventually, promise. Um, because I had fun with that, and I want to get past I want to catch up. So that when the next sorry, we're buffering. When the next um level comes out, I'll be caught up so that when the game finishes, I can I can kick my beloved's ass one last time for all of you. Uh, the Ultra Kill streams are still up. I think I archived those. I can actually never remember if I did or not. Also, I am gonna start using my Twitch again, uh, because I'm part of an agency, and when Gen 1 does our official debut relay, we're gonna be doing it on Twitch. Uh, Most agency related streams are going to be on Twitch so I can raid into the other members of my agency because they also all use Twitch. But um, when ooh, having a tough time thinking today. When uh, hello new viewers. Jesus Christ, 10 people have been in here today. That's awesome. Uh, when um when I do Twitch stuff, I will be uploading the VODs here. So that if it's like a karaoke relay or a debut relay or a collab with with, with my friends that we have to do on Twitch for rating reasons, the VOD will get put here so that YouTube gang can see it. I prefer YouTube as a method of streaming because the VODs stay up forever unless you delete them. Whereas with Twitch, unless you buy like whatever premium membership, the VODs are only going to be up for about a week. Um, you have to like do stuff to archive them. They don't just stay up on their own. So I prefer YouTube for VOD retention purposes. Um, yeah. I think I'll be back on Twitch when my agency debuts, which isn't going to be for a while because my artist just got over being sick, and he's doing everyone's art, including his own. Because okay, so our agency's founder and our group leader is also the entire agency's artist and manager. He's doing everything. Yeah, I know. I don't think there were anyone else in my agency plans to get a YouTube channel. Um they're all much more comfortable on Twitch. I'm the only YouTuber in the entire group. The rest of them are fucking Twitch streamers. The fucking losers. No, but um yeah. Originally, it was because of the way that the Emiru TwitchCon shit was handled, but nowadays, when people ask me why I prefer YouTube, I just say I like the VOD retention. Oh yeah, he is. He says that he can, quote, only function properly under extreme stress. I think he needs to talk to his therapist about it. But you know what? Whatever makes him happy. He's very talented. He's very sweet. He's one of my best friends, and he's doing everything he can to get this project off the ground because really, yeah, that's my thing. I think they should at least have channels for for like VODs. I think Calliope is planning for a YouTube channel to post her song covers to. At least I think they should all have YouTubes for the sake of song covers. But I use mine for everything because I like the VOD retention capabilities. I like that my streams stay up so that new people who come in can find my content if I'm away or I'm not planning to stream for a bit for one reason or another. I think if someone comes across my Twitter or finds my channel kind of unexpectedly, they should have other content to look at for they should have other content available so that they can watch videos of mine while I'm away. Yeah, he lives with Callie, so she's been the one keeping him from overworking himself so far. Um Dumbass literally worked himself sick, but you know what? It's fine. He just got off vacation and then immediately got sick, which last time I got super sick after going on vacation, it was because I had worked so hard that relaxing broke me. So, like, literally, I gotta tell you guys this. I was on hiatus for multiple months while I was in school. And around December, I want to say, right after my Christmas stream, or the one where I did karaoke and then I think played Rivals or whatever, I, right after my Christmas stream, I went to visit my mother up north. And Wednesday that week, New Year's Eve, I got so sick. Like, I was in pain. I was genuinely throwing up. I haven't thrown up from a migraine in ages. I was so sick that day. And I realized that the reason I was so sick is because I'd been nonstop between my real life job, which I have, and college, which I was doing at the time, and I was really putting everything I had into it. And I was so stressed out that when I fucking oh, we're having why are we having connection issues today? That sucks. But when I finally relaxed, hey Bon, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's my moderator. Um, yeah, we're reading. We're about to start chapter 10. I'm just yapping because I haven't seen Ken in a hot minute. It's an old viewer that I miss, so we're catching up. But yeah, no, I got um really sick New Year's Eve because I was so tired. Because I'd been working so hard, and I guess I hadn't realized it because when you go that long, the adrenaline kicks in, and you just keep working. And like I was doing all the household chores, and I was at school, and I was working, and I didn't have days off. And so when I got a week to relax, my body quit on me. Oh, did it? Can you not hear me anymore? What's going on? It says it's fine on my end. Hmm. Default real world. How are we doing? Can you guys hear me again? Okay, okay, good, good. We're having some connection issues over on my side of things. The weather has been all over the place lately, so I guess it's straining my internet. That's the best explanation I can give you. But anyway, yeah, no, I when I was on vacation, I just got super sick because I was finally relaxed and I was so fucking tired. And I think that's what happened to Vance. I think when he went on that week-long vacation with Callie and a couple of other friends, and then he got super sick, I think it's just that happens when you've been working yourself to the bone and then you finally get a break. Sometimes you just collapse. So, like, I understand it. And I'm really happy. I'm really proud of him for getting the rest that he needs. And so I think when my Twitch debut finally happens, alongside the rest of my agency, um, it'll be when he's well enough and when he's finished everything that he's working on. Um, but yeah, that's enough yap. Sorry, I'm like really emotionally fragile today. I had like a really tough morning. Ugh. But yeah, let's keep going. Uh, finally start chapter 10. Um, okay. Mm. They knocked, so it's only polite for me to knock back. I know that wall is going to be hot, so I wrap my knuckles on it as fast as I can. I knock 3 times, just like they did. There's no immediate response. I take a good, long look at the hex wall. There are 40 hexes, I'd say, and each one seems to be unique. Different materials, maybe? I feel like I'm supposed to do something here, but what? Are they watching me? I don't see anything that looks like a camera. I hold up my finger and point back to my airlock. I don't know if they can see me or if they have any idea what that hand gesture means. I kick off the hex wall and. Hold on. I have to fix my necklaces. They're tangling in each other. Um, I kick off the hex wall and back to the airlock. Then I open the inner door. Why not? The pressure's the same on both sides. It's okay to leave the airlock open. If there's pressure loss in that tunnel, the air leaving the ship will slam the inner airlock door shut and I'll get to stay alive. I go to the lab and pack a bag with a few choice items, then return to the tunnel. First, I tape LED lamps to various spots along the tunnel and aim them at the hex wall. Now I can see what I'm doing, at least. Pull out my trusty handheld X-ray spectrometer and scan one of the hexes. It's xenonite, almost the same composition as the cylinders they sent me earlier. Almost. There are a few differences in the trace elements. Interesting. Maybe xenonite is like steel, lots of different recipes. I check the next hex over. Another slightly unique combination. Best guess? Different types of xenonite are optimal for different situations. They had no idea what my air was like, so they want to test various compounds against it. When I leave the tunnel, they'll inspect the hexes to decide which one fares best. That means I should leave the tunnel. Should I depressurize my side for them? Seems polite. I could easily do it. I'd just tell the airlock to cycle. It would think, golly, there sure is a lot of air in me today, but would just keep pumping until there was a vacuum. But then again, maybe they have a way of sampling the air on this side. If so, I should leave it here, right? I decide to leave it be. They probably have a sampling technique. If I were to make this tunnel, that's what I'd do, and they seem pretty bright. I turn back toward the airlock, but something catches my eye. Movement. I shoot my attention back to the hex wall. Nothing's changed, but I could swear I saw something move. Some of the hexes are shiny. I probably caught a glimpse of my reflection. Wait. One hex stands out. Why? It's near the tunnel wall. Not very obvious. I float over to take a closer look. Holy cow, I say. The hex is clear. All the others are opaque, but this one is like glass. I pull one of the lamps off the wall and hold it up to the hex. I press my head against the hot wall to get a closer look. Light gets through into the other side. I can see the tunnel walls beyond. Either their side is a vacuum or their air is clear. Either way, there's nothing blocking or dulling my view. Suddenly, a rock hits the other side of the hex. It stays there. It's just a few inches away from me. It's roughly triangular, kind of a dark brown. It has rough, jagged edges, like you might see on the tip of a spear from a caveman. Have I met spacefaring cavemen? Stop being stupid, Ryland. Why did they put a rock there? Is it sticky? Are they trying to block my view? If so, they're doing a terrible job. The little triangle is only a couple of inches wide at its thickest point, and the hex is a good 8 inches across. Oh, yay, good. I'm glad the audio issue is fixed. Then it gets sillier. Now the rock is bending at articulated joints, and there are two similar rocks that do the same thing, and there's a longer rock attached to them that it's not a rock, it's a claw. It's a claw with three fingers. I'm desperate to see more. I press my face against the hex. It burns, but I resist the urge to pull away. There's pain, yes, and it's probably going to leave a mark. I should go back to the lab and find a camera, but come on. No one would have that presence of mind at a time like this. I groan as my face aches, but I'm rewarded with a better view. The alien's claw, or I'll call it a hand, that's less scary. The alien's hand has three triangular fingers, each one with articulation points. Knuckles, I guess. They can close up into a raindrop shape or widen out into a sort of three-legged starfish. The skin is weird. It looks like brownish black rock. It's irregular and bumpy, like someone carved the hand out of granite and hasn't gotten around to smoothing it out yet. Natural armor, maybe, like a turtle shell, but less organized. There's an arm, too. I can barely see it from this angle. No matter how hard I stupidly press my face into the hot wall of pain. But there's definitely an arm leading away from the hand. I mean, there'd have to be, right? Not just a magic floating hand. I can't take the pain anymore. I pull my head away. I feel my face. It's pretty raw, but there aren't any blisters. Tap, tap, tap. The alien is tapping a clear hex with a finger, so I flick it with my finger 3 times. It taps the hex again 3 times, so I tap again as well. Then comes something creepy. The hand retreats and returns with an object and holds it against the clear hexagon. Whatever it is, it's small. I let myself drift closer to the wall for a better look. The heat warms my face. The object is xenonite, of course. It's about a half-inch high and finely detailed. It looks like a doll, but it has oversized head and really thick arms and oh, it's me! It's a teeny tiny Russian Orlan MKS-2 EVA suit. That's all they've seen of me so far. Another hand shows up. Hey, I have 2 hands. I shouldn't be surprised that they do too. Second hand holds a model of the Hail Mary. It looks to be the same scale as the figurine of me. The hands then push the little me into the Hail Mary's airlock. Pretty clear. It's saying, go back into your ship. I give a thumbs up. The alien releases Mini Me and the Hail Mary model to float away. Then it contorts a hand into something resembling a thumbs up. It's just 2 fingers curled into a ball with the third pointed up. At least it's not the middle one that's pointed up. I return to the Hail Mary and close the airlock door behind me. Pant and wheeze with excitement. I can't believe that just happened. It's an alien. I just saw an alien. Not just an alien ship, an alien being. I mean, just his claw or hand, but yeah. Well, I say his hand, or maybe it's her hand or some other pronoun I don't have a word for. They might have 17 biological sexes for all I know, or none. No one ever talks about the really hard parts of contact with alien life. Pronoun. Ah, forgot that joke was there. I'm gonna go with he for now because it just seems rude to call a thinking being it. Also, until I hear otherwise, his name is Rocky. We'll take a little break because there's a break in the text. Um, how fun is that? Ugh. I'm glad you got the audio issue fixed, Ken. I'm sorry it's weird on your side. I can't remember if we had sound issues last time or not. Um, genuinely don't remember the Neverwinter stream. I just, I don't even really play it. Ugh. Right now, my go-to RPG is Final Fantasy XIV, but Bliss. Yeah, the story's fun so far. It's pretty goofy. It's science fiction, cosmic horror type shit. Sorry, what is going on with me today? I'm in like panic mode. Genuinely, I could not tell you why. Yeah, Rocky. Really, really need to get my bangs trimmed. This is getting ridiculous. I'm gonna stalk Etsy again and see how close my package is. I think I'm gonna. Ooh, ooh, it's in the city. It's in the city. It's in my city. The item has arrived in my city. When the mail truck comes through this afternoon, it should be here. I'm so excited to see my little guy. He's like gonna be itty bitty. These plushies are small. It's like Niji Sanji Pape size. I'm so ready. I think I have to stream through the stress this time. I think it's better if I just keep doing what I love in spite of the situation. Because most of the time in situations like this, the goal of the people hurting you is to see you fail. And the, the best thing that I can do is succeed. Um, yeah, I've done a lot of hiatusing and pulling back and shutting up, and all that really does is set me back. So I think really the best thing I can do is just keep going. Besides, no matter how rough I'm feeling, streaming is the thing that makes me happy. This brings me joy. There's a reason I want to turn it into a side gig. And it truly is a side gig. I don't expect this to ever be my day job. I have a day job that I quite like. Uh, but I'd love to be able to fucking uh I'd 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 like to do this mostly for fun, but if it makes me a little money, then hell yeah. Thank you. I really do try my best. I want the best for everyone that I care about. And I'm not the type of person who's going to stop oh god doing the things that I love just because people don't like me. And I never expect to be popular or famous. Just want to enjoy this. This is a hobby first, and if I make a little money through my agency, then cool. If I don't, then whatever. I know that our leader is working on our CEO, he's working on getting us some merchandise opportunities, which I'm delighted about. Um, I really hope that goes to plan. I want people to be able to get little keychains of me or stickers or a plushie of my mascot. I don't know. Um, Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, hey, this is the best part. Like, I've already got both friends and viewers who enjoy my content and like listening to me talk, even if I'm being kind of miserable. And honestly, who could ask for more? I'm just happy to be here with you guys. No matter how many of you guys there are, or how many of you guys there will be in the future, the fact that you're here now means a lot to me. I treasure everyone who's been in my life, whether they leave or not, and I think, yeah, yeah, oh my God, I really want that. I'd love to have merchandise so that when I'm someone's Oshi, they can show that off. I think right now our CEO Oliver is working on um small stuff again, like keychain stickers, maybe acrylic stands. I'd really love to have a little acrylic standee of myself that people could get. Um my big dream is concerts and pen lights. I know that's not likely, but I'd love to have a pen light in my color someday. Please support my agency, Outpaws. They're amazing. Um, I'm so excited for my genmates and my co-highs to come out. We're a group of five. There's five of us. And we're all working very hard. Behind the scenes, there's a lot going on, and I'm really, really, really proud of absolutely everyone. It's been so cool to see my friends. Most of them are longtime friends who are really coming into their own. Uh, Bliss has been streaming a lot on Twitch. Yeah, they're all wonderful. They know about everything that I've been going through, and they've all been incredibly supportive. Um, I think no matter who else I lose, as long as I have my genmates, as long as I have my group, we're gonna make it. I think as long as I have my agency and all of you, that I'll be fine. Networking opportunities come and go, but friends are forever. And I think that's the thing that I've been really pushing myself to remember this week. Oh man, maybe I'm just tired. Coffee still has to kick in. I had a mini heart attack this morning before I'd even fully had breakfast. So, all right. Rocky time. Rocky time. Okay, now what? Rocky told me to go back into my ship, so I did. I feel kind of stupid. There's a whole bunch of science I should be doing, right? I peeked through the airlock porthole. My lamps are still taped to the walls in the tunnel. I can see there there have been some changes. The hex wall is gone, just plain gone. I can see all the way to the blip A's hull. And there's a hull robot attached to it, reaching out and doing stuff with little robot hands. And yeah, its hands look like Rocky's hands, broadly speaking. Three fingers, about the same size as Rocky's hands. Probably controlled with a Nintendo Power Glove kind of thing inside the ship. Nintendo Power Glove? Ryland, are you 80? Jesus Christ. It's okay, buddy. I got a coffee. I'm just waiting for it to kick in. Thanks, Ken. I appreciate the concern. Oh my god, Nintendo Power Glove. Wow, he truly is 34. Her very next line is, "Man, I'm old." God fucking damn it, Rylan, you fucking caught me. Ugh. The robot takes a particular interest in my lamp. Heck, I'd take an interest too. Those are alien artifacts with alien technology. Sure, they're just lights, but they're alien lights. You guys have to remember, I'm Gen Z. I've never touched a Nintendo Power Glove before. I know what they are, but my Iridian friends over there, probably the most scientific find of their history. The robot puts e- put the robot arm puts them in a little cubby on the Blip A hull, and a latch closes. I bet those are gonna be the most heavily studied lamps in the history of lamps. I'm glad they got to have a moment of discovery and all, but they took my light source away. I can hear the occasional clunk, but it's pitch dark in there. That's interesting in and of itself. I'm not an alien from 40 Eridani, but if I were working with a remote controlled robot, I'd have a camera on it somewhere and a light source to see what I was doing. They don't need that. They don't need light. Well, hold on. Their visible spectrum might be completely different from ours. Humans only see a tiny fraction of all the wavelengths of light out there. We evolved to see the wavelengths that are most plentiful on Earth. Maybe Iridians evolved to see different wavelengths. The room could be well illuminated with infrared or ultraviolet light, and I wouldn't see a thing. You are old, Bon. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, yeah, I can. How's this? Is this better? Can you hear me a little bit better? Hello. How's this? Testing, testing. Um, Weep weep. All right, excellent, cool. Um, a robot. Why a robot? They had living beings in there a few minutes ago. My boy Rocky. Why replace him with a robot? Vacuum. They probably took all the air out of the tunnel. They have a sample of my hull. They know it's made of aluminum and roughly how thick it is. Maybe they aren't sure if my ship can handle outside pressure, or maybe their atmosphere reacts badly with aluminum. So they keep the tunnel in a vacuum, which means they have to do work with a robot. I feel like Sherlock Holmes. All I saw was nothing, and I drew a bunch of conclusions. Conclusions that are wildly speculative with nothing to prove them, but conclusions. Excellent. I'm more than happy to be your background noise. Enjoy your lurk. I could get another lamp. The lab has a few more. I could shine it in there to see what Robo Rocky is doing, but I'll know soon enough. I don't want to be in some other part of the ship if something interesting happens. Just as I'm thinking that, something interesting happens. No, that's not creepy at all. Being in a spaceship 12 light years from home and having someone knock on the door is totally normal. Okay, now I need another lamp. Pinball down to the lab to grab another one, then back up to the control room. I cycle the airlock without bothering to put on the EVA suit. Turn the manual vent valves on both doors of the airlock to repressurize the tunnel. It works just like I expect. There's still a good seal out there. I open the outer door and float in, lamp in hand. The hex wall is gone. It's been replaced by a solid wall of clear material, and on the other side of that wall is Rocky. He's a spider. A big ass spider. I turn to flee, but my rational brain takes over. Easy, easy. They're friendly, I say to myself. I turn back and take in the scene. Rocky is smaller than a human. He's about the size of a Labrador. He has 5 legs radiating out from a central carapace looking thing. The carapace, which is roughly a pentagon, is 18 inches across and half as thick. I don't see eyes or a face anywhere. Each leg has a joint in the middle, I'll call it an elbow. Each leg, or should I say arm, ends in a hand. So he's got 5 hands. Each hand has those triangular fingers I got a good look at last time. Looks like all 5 hands are the same. I don't see any front or back to him. He appears to be pentagonally symmetrical. He wears clothing. The legs are bare, showing the rock-like skin, but there's cloth on the carapace, sort of like a shirt with 5 armholes. I don't know what that shirt is made of, but it looks thicker than typical human clothing. It's a dull greenish brown and inconsistently shaded. The top of the shirt has a large open hole, like where the neck goes on a human's t-shirt. That hole is smaller than the carapace, so he must have to put the shirt on by pulling it downward and sliding the arms through their respective holes. Again, like a human's shirt. But there's no neck or a head to go through the hole on the top. Just a hard-looking rocky pentagon and that sticks up a little bit from the crusty skin. On his side of the tunnel, he has handles and lattice work on the walls. Casually hangs from a couple of the bars with 2 of his hands. I guess when you have 5 hands, 0G isn't a big deal. Just allocate a hand or two for keeping it in one place and use the other 3 to do stuff. For me, the tunnel is kind of small, but for him, it's absolutely spacious. He waves to me with a free arm. He knows one human greeting, and by golly, he plans to use it. I wave back, he waves again. I shake my head. No more waving. He pivots his shoulders to rotate his carapace back and forth. He shook his head in as much as he could. I wonder how we're gonna break out of this game of Iridian Sea, Iridian 2. He takes care of that for me. He taps the clear wall 3 times with a finger, then keeps the finger extended. Is he pointing? I follow the line, and wow, there's stuff in the tunnel with me! They left me a present! I can be forgiven for not noticing. Seeing an alien kind of distracted me from the small coercion of objects on the tunnel wall. Alright, I say. Let's see what you left me. Okay, we have a small problem. Uh, and in order to solve it, I'm gonna have to pull a trick real quick because Rocky doesn't speak like a person, so I have to get creative. Hmm, hold on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while I figure this out, and then when I get back, um, we'll continue. Um, Right. I'm here, I'm here. I'm here. I got it. I figured it out. I know how we're gonna do this. I have the I have it ready. Oh, I'm so excited. Hold on. Let me just okay, okay. Here we go. Uh let me just- I'll get the book back up in a second. Uh I have with me my chosen method of Rocky communication. I'm so excited for this. Okay, okay, okay. Um, yes, yes, I have my water. Um, mm, okay. All right, I say. Let's see what you left me, says Rocky. My jaw drops. Yes, I'm in zero G. It still drops. There was no pronunciation or inflection of the sounds, just notes. Like whale song, except not quite like whale song because there were several at once. Whale chords, I guess, and he was responding to me. That means he can hear too. Notably, the sounds were in my range of hearing. Some of the notes were low, some of them were high, but definitely audible. That alone is amazing when I think about it. It's from a different planet and totally different evolutionary line, but we ended up with compatible sound ranges. On top of all that, he decided my noises warranted a response. You have language, I say. How do you have a language? You don't have a mouth. Rocky explains. Thinking rationally, you can't make spaceships without civilization. And you can't have civilization without being able to communicate. So of course they have a language. It's interesting that communication is done with sound like humans do. Coincidence? Maybe not, but it's the easiest way to evolve the trait. Rocky points to the objects that they left me. Right, right. The whole language thing is way more interesting to me. I'd rather explore that, but for now, Rocky wants to know what I think of his presence. I float over to the objects. They're attached to the wall with my own tape. The objects are a pair of spheres. Each one has a raised emblem boast on it. One has the Hail Mary and the other has the Blip A. I pull the Hail Mary ball off the tape. It's not warm. In fact, the tunnel isn't warm anymore. Interesting. Maybe they noticed I like things cooler and did something to make it more comfortable for me? There's a rattle from inside the ball. I fake it and listen. More rattling. I find a seam, I rotate the top and the bottom half of the ball against each other. Sure enough, they rotate. Left-handed screw, of course. I look to Rocky for approval. He has no face and thus no facial expressions. He just floats there, watching me, well, not watching me, no eyes. Actually, wait, how does he know what I'm doing? He clearly knows. He waved and stuff. He must have eyes somewhere. I probably just don't recognize them. I turn my attention back to the sphere. I pull the two halves apart, and inside is a bunch more of little spheres. Oh, this raises more questions than it answers. The little beads float out and drift across my field of view. They're not individual items, they're connected to one another by little strings, like a complicated necklace. I spread it out as best I can. They look like, for lack of a better term, beaded handcuffs. Two circles of threaded beads connected to each other by a little bridge of thread. Each circle has 8 beads on it, the connecting thread has none. This seems very deliberate, but I have no idea what it means. Maybe the other ball, the one with the Blip A picture on it, will shed more light? I let the handcuffs float and pull the Blip A ball off the wall. I shake it and hear lots of rattling from inside. I unscrew the two halves and another set of beads comes out. Unlike the handcuffs, there's only one ring in this construction and it has 7 beads, not 8. It also has 3 connector strings sticking out of the circle and leading to a single bead each, like the kind of like a necklace with some ornamentation hanging off of it. There's more stuff inside. I shake the model and another necklace floats out. I take a look. It's identical to the one I just inspected. I keep shaking and more necklaces come out, each one the same. I collect them all and stuff them in my pockets. This reminds me of something. I thought my forehead. What does this remind me of? Rocky taps his carapace with a claw. I know he's just mimicking my movements, but it feels like he's saying, think, dummy. The magic 8 ball. Yeah. Yeah. What would I tell my students at a time like this? Why did I suddenly think of my students? I got an image of my classroom, a flash of memory. I'm holding a model of a molecule and explaining, molecules! I grab the handcuffs and hold them out to Rocky. These are molecules! You're trying to tell me something about chemistry! Wait, these are some weird molecules. They make no sense. I look at the handcuffs. Nothing forms a molecule like this. 8 atoms on one side, 8 on the other, connected by what? Nothing? Connector string isn't even coming off a bead. It's just teeing off and off strings from the two circles. Atoms, I say! The beads are protons! So the circles of beads are atoms, and the little connectors are chemical bonds. Okay, if that's the case, I hold up the handcuffs and count everything again. Then this is 2 atoms, each with 8 protons connected to each other. Element number 8 is oxygen. 2 oxygens. O2, and it was in the Hail Mary ball. I hold it toward Rocky. You clever fellow, this is my atmosphere. I grab the other set of beads. So your atmosphere is 7 protons connected to 3 individual atoms with 1 proton each. A nitrogen attached to 3 hydrogens. Ammonia! Of course, it's ammonia! You breathe ammonia! That explains the pervasive smell on the little presents they left me. Residual traces of their air. My smile fades. Yikes, you breathe ammonia? I count all the little ammonia necklaces they gave me. I only got one O2 molecule, but they gave me 29 ammonias. Oh, I get it. I see what you're saying. I looked at my alien counterpart. You have 29 times as much atmosphere as I do. Wow. Two things come immediately to mind. First, Iridians live in immense pressure, like similar to being 1,000 feet deep in the ocean back on Earth. Secondly, Xenonite is some amazing stuff. I don't know how thick that wall is, half an inch maybe? Less? But it's holding back a relative pressure of 28 atmospheres, all while being a big, unreinforced flat panel. The absolute worst way make a pressure vessel. Heck, their whole ship is made of big flat panels. The tensile strength of that stuff must be off the charts. No wonder I couldn't bend or break the things they sent earlier. We don't have remotely compatible environments. I'd die in seconds if I were on his side of the tunnel, and my guess is he wouldn't do well in 1/29th his normal atmospheric pressure and with no ammonia at all. Okay, not a problem. We have sound, we can pantomime, that's a good start for communication. I take a moment to let this all sink in. This is amazing stuff. I have an alien buddy here and we're chatting. I can barely contain myself. The problem is, I haven't contained myself. Fatigue washes over me so hard I can barely concentrate. It's been 2 days since I slept. There's just always been something monumental going on. I can't just stay up forever. I need sleep. I hold up a finger, the hang on a sec motion. Hopefully he remembers it from last time. He holds up a finger on one of his hands to match. I rush back to the ship and careen down to the lab. There's an analog clock on the wall because every lab needs an analog clock. It takes some doing, but I pull it off the wall and oh fuck. Sorry, I was just trying to make sure my screen didn't go dark. I pull it off the wall and put it under my arm. I also grab a dry erase marker from the workstation. Back I go through the control room and into the tunnel of aliens. Rocky is still there. He seems to perk up when I return. How could I know that? I don't know, he just kind of repositioned himself and seems more attentive. I show him the clock, spin the time set dial in the back. I just want him to see how the hands move around. He makes a circular motion with a hand. He gets it. I set the clock to 12 and use my dry erase marker to draw a long line from the center toward the 12 and a short line from the center to the 2. I'd rather sleep a solid 8 hours, but I don't want to keep Rocky waiting too long. I'll settle for a 2 hour nap. I'll come back when the clock matches this, I say, as if that would help him understand. He makes a gesture. He reaches forward with two of his hands and grabs nothing, then pulls the nothing toward him. What? He taps the wall and points the clock, then repeats the gesture. Does he want the clock closer to the wall? I push the clock closer. This seems to excite him. He makes the gesture more rapidly. I move it further forward. Clock is almost touching the wall now. He does the gesture one more time, but this time a little slower. At this point, I have no idea what he wants, so I just push the clock up against the wall. It's touching now. He raises his hands and kind of shakes them. Alien jazz hands, is that a good thing? Okay, I hope he understands I'll be back in 2 hours. I turn to leave, but immediately hear, What? I say. He says, pointing to the clock. It drifted a little bit away from the wall. He doesn't like that. Um, okay. I pull a loop of tape off the wall, unloop it, and rip it in half. I use two halves to tape the left and right sides of the clock to the clear wall. Rocky gives me the jazz hand signal again. I think it means yes or I approve of this. Like nodding. I turn to leave again, but I spin around once more. Dude, I just want a darn nap. He holds up a finger, using my own sign language against me. Now I have to wait. Guess that's fair. I hold up my finger to acknowledge it. Oh, yeah, I don't really know much about chemistry either, but Ryland explains it in a way that makes sense. He opens a circular door leading to his ship. It's the right size for an Iridian. I'd have a hard time squeezing through if that ever became a plan. He disappears inside, leaving the door open. I'd love to know what's beyond the door, but I can't see anything. It's pitch black in there. Interesting. It's completely dark in his ship. That door probably leads to an airlock, but even an airlock would have some lights in it, wouldn't it? Rocky didn't have a problem getting around, but I know he can see. He responds to my gestures. This lends strength to my earlier theory about Iridian vision. I think they see a different part of the spectrum than humans do. Maybe they see entirely in infrared or entirely in ultraviolet. The airlock might be perfectly lit up as far as Rocky's concerned, and I can't see a thing. Conversely, my lights are completely useless to him. I wonder if we have any wavelengths in common. Maybe red, the color with the lowest wavelengths human can see, is the highest wavelength they can see, or something. Might be worth looking into. I should bring a rainbow of lights and find out if he can. Oh, he's back. Rocky bounces into the tunnel and Spider walks along the rails to the dividing wall. He's incredibly graceful at it. Either he's very seasoned at being in zero G, or Iridians are just really good at climbing around. They have 5 hands with opposable fingers, and he's an interstellar traveler, so it's probably a little bit of both. With one of his hands, he holds a device up for me to see. I don't know what it is. It's a cylinder. Man, these people like cylinders. A foot long and maybe 6 inches wide. I can see that his grip deforms the casing a little bit. It's made of a soft material, like foam rubber. The cylinder has 5 horizontally aligned square windows. Inside each window is a shape. I think they might be letters, but they're not just ink on paper, they're on a flat surface. The symbols themselves are raised an eighth of an inch or so. Huh, I say. Symbol on the right rotates away to be replaced by a new symbol. After a couple seconds, it happens again, then again. It's a clock! I say. I showed you a clock, so you showed me a clock! I point to my clock still taped to the wall, then to his. He does the jazz hands with two of the hands he's not using at the moment. I do jazz hands back. I watch the Iridian clock for a while. Rocky just holds it in place for me to see. The symbols, numbers probably, cycle through on the rightmost window. Hold on, I'm being texted. They're clock bros. Yay! Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm being messaged by multiple people. I have Lucian hitting me up on Twitter, and I'm also trying to talk to Mooney on Discord. I'm very popular today. um, Watch the Iridian clock for a while. Rocky just holds it in place for me to see. The symbols, numbers probably, cycle through on the rightmost window. They're on a rotor, like an old school digital clock back home. Yeah, I guess. And Rocky pull out like an ancient clock. He brought a clock, yeah. I guess this is their version of analog. Uh, After a while, the rotor, one step to the left of it, changes position. Ha! As far as I can tell, a rotor changes once every 2 seconds. A little more than 2 seconds, I think. It cycles through 6 unique symbols before repeating. Cursive L, I, V. Ooh, that's a symbol. Plus, and upside down triangle in that order. Whenever it reaches cursive L, the next rotor to the left advances one step. Eventually, after about a minute of this, the second from the right rotor works its way through all the symbols. When it reaches cursive L, the third rotor from the right advances. Really famous and not infamous, though at this rate, who can tell? Looks like they read information from left to right, same as English. Neat coincidence. Though not incredibly unlikely. I mean, there's really only four options: left to right to left, top to bottom, or bottom to top. So there's a 1 in 4 chance we'd be the same. So his clock is intuitive for me to read, and it works like an odometer. Cursive L is clearly there, 0. From what I know that I is 1, V is 2, letter I can't pronounce is 3, plus is 4, and upside down A is 5. What about 6 through 9? They don't exist. After 5, we go back to cursive L. Iridians use base 6. Of all the things I teach my students, numerical bases are the hardest to make them truly understand. There's nothing special about the number 10. We have 10 unique digits because we have 10 fingers, simple as that. Rockies have 3 fingers per hand, and I guess they only like to use 2 hands when counting. They probably keep the other 3 feet slash hands on the ground to stay steady, so they have 6 fingers to work with. I like you, Rocky. You're a genius. He is. And with this simple fact, Rocky showed me how iridians work, how iridian numbers work. A 6, how iridian numbers are written, how iridians read information, how long an iridian second is. I hold up a finger and rush back to my ship to get my stopwatch. I come back and time Rocky's clock. I start the timer just as the third rotor changes state. The right rotor continues clicking over every 2 seconds or so. In every 6 steps, the next rotor advances 1. This is going to take a while, but I want as accurate a count as possible. It takes me around a minute and a half from it takes around a minute and a half for the third rotor to move just 1 step. So I can expect to be at this for 10 minutes or so. I plan to watch the whole time. Rocky gets bored. At least I think that's what happens. He starts fidgeting and then lets the clock float in place near the divider wall. Then he wanders around his side of the tunnel. I'm not sure if he's doing anything in particular. He opens a door leading to his ship, begins to climb through, and then stops. He seems to think it over, then changes his mind. He closes the door. He doesn't want to leave while I'm still here. After all, I might do or say something interesting. Oh god, where's my piano app? Alright, he says. I know, I say. I hold up a finger. He holds up his finger and returns to slowly bouncing from wall to wall. 0G pacing. Finally, the third rotor completes a full lap, and I stop my timer. Total time 511.0 seconds. Kind of a calculator, I'm too excited to go back into the ship and get one. Pull out a pen and do long division on the palm of my other hand. 1 iridian second is 2.336 Earth seconds. I circle the answer on my palm and stare at it. I add a few exclamation points because I feel like they're warranted. He is. He's a little genius. I love my rock boy. He is the goat. He's the best. I love my son. My son isn't the right descriptor. I love the critter. He's the best. Uh, I, s- I know it doesn't seem like much, but this is a huge deal. Rocky and I are astronauts. If we're going to talk, we're going to talk science. And just like that, Rocky and I have established a fundamental unit of time. Next up, length and mass. No, actually, next up, a nap. I'm so tired. I pull my clock off the wall, circle the 2 with my dry erase marker just to be as clear as possible, then tape it back in place. I wave, he waves back, and then I go back for a nap. This is ridiculous. How can I expect to sleep? How could anyone under these circumstances? I'm still wrapping my head around what's happening. There's an alien out there, and it's killing me that I can't find out what he knows about astrophage. But you can't talk about complex science concepts with someone via pantomime. We need a shared language, however rudimentary. I just need to keep doing what I'm doing. Work on science communication, the verbs and nouns of physics. It's the one set of concepts we're guaranteed to share. Physical laws are the same everywhere, and once we have enough words to actually talk about science, we'll start talking about astrophage. And in VV cursive L, mysterious symbol I, Iridian seconds, I'll be talking to him again. How the heck can a guy sleep at a time like this? There's just no way. There's no way I can just. And that's the end of chapter 10. How are we feeling, gang? Uh, I'm okay. Ryland has gone for his eepy eep. Good for him. And when we start chapter 10, he'll get to do more science. Um, can't nap. Have to clean later. Yeah, Rocky. We met Rocky, and he showed. Hi, Mooney. Welcome back. He showed. Um, yes, lots of science. You do. You really do. Oh, thank you. I downloaded a piano app on my phone and I set it to synthesizer. So, thank you. What does what is that symbol? It's Did you put an emoji and I was given a strange symbol instead? Yeah, app is pianoing. I downloaded a piano app and I turned it to synthesizer mode so that whenever Rocky spoke, I could just play a few notes for you guys. Because there's musical notes on the page, and in the actual audiobook, that's essentially what they've done. So I've been. So I've kind of found a way to accurately portray Rocky's speech, at least until Ryland is able to understand it, at which point I'll be able to do an actual voice for him. Yeah, I really like coming up with new and fun ways to get around problems. I'm kind of what's the word? Um Resourceful. What is resourceful? What's the active version of the word ingenuity? Like until Rocky's translated statement. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes. Dude, TikTok is so funny. Someone made a super bad Vocaloid song about Yume shipping, and the entire TikTok is just fucking ragging on them. It's so bad. It's so funny. And what? Thank you. Yeah, handy might be the word I'm looking for. I don't know. Like I'm good at just like coming up with ideas on the fly. Good problem solving skills, I like to think. I think the conclusion I should draw from past few days is that I'm completely fine with the friends that I have. I should check Etsy. I wanna know how close my Ryland plushie is. Please come home. Please come home. Please, Ryland, come home. Since he's still in transit. Please, please, my boy. uh, Hope everything arrives in good shape. The reviews look pretty positive. A lot of them even have pictures. Um, it seems like they do a lot of these little fandom boxes for different fandoms. And the other ones have shown up good. So I'm hoping that the Ryland one comes in okay. I also ordered another plushie that I was super excited about. It's just been dispatched, but I'm sure it will be. Yeah, package soon. Package soon statement. I also ordered a plushie of Yes Man from Fallout New Vegas. I'm so excited. He's so cute. It's a cute little thing. Because although I have very many boyfriends in that game, my favorite is the Bobot. So that's hype. Hashtag my Bobot. But Ryland should come today in the little box. There's an itty bitty Ryland plushie. There's some stickers. There's the Earth Ball. Ugh. Sorry, I'm taking such long breaks to just yap today. I'm truly having a rough one. Yeah. No, I understand what you mean. Don't worry. It's definitely helpful to be open about my feelings with people that I know will look out for me. Um, Thank you. Feel like I'm a bit slow today, but I need this. I need to do something I enjoy so I don't shut down again. It can be really difficult. You know that Roblox game I put an ungodly amount of time into, like a few months ago? Apparently, it's back. Um, I've seen different reports. I honestly can't. I honestly can't tell if. What was I saying? It's gone. It's gone. Whatever I was saying, it's gone. Oh yeah, I honestly can't tell if people are just accepting the creator's I did nothing wrong document because they missed the game, or if, like, he actually managed to clear his name. But personally, I think that it's some bullshit because I just do. So I'm probably, no matter what happens, and I should probably have addressed this sooner, but no matter what happens, I'm probably done with pressure. Even if it turns out that, like, everything's fine now and the game's okay to play, I'm done with pressure. Which is a shame because I put a lot of hours into it, and I think regardless of what's actually going on right now with the developers, I'm done with pressure. I just can't. For no other reason than for the fact I'm out of respect for Gianni. Like, I can't go back to the game out of respect for Gianni, which might sound strange, but if he's done with it, I'm done with it too. But he was so broken by everything that happened, and I just can't bring myself to put time and energy into something that he wants nothing to do with. Call me a fucking obsessed parasocial idiot if you wish, but I can't. But anyway, let's read some more book. Yeah, no, truly, solidarity. I'd do anything for that guy. Okay, okay. Chapter 11. My timer beeps at me. I'd set it for a 2-hour countdown. It just reached zero. I blink a couple times. I'm floating in a fetal position in the control room. I didn't even make it to the dormitory. I am not rested at all. Every pore of my being yells at me to go back to sleep, but I told Rocky I'd be back in 2 hours and I wouldn't want him to think humans are untrustworthy. I mean, we're pretty untrustworthy, but I don't want him to know that. I trudge. Can you trudge in zero G? I say yes. Through the airlock. Rocky is there waiting for me in the tunnel. He's been busy in my absence. There's all sorts of stuff in there now. The Iridian clock is still ticking away, now mounted to one of the lattice poles, but more interesting to me is the box that's been added to the dividing wall. It's a 1 foot cube and it juts out into my half of the tunnel. It's made of the same transparent xenonite the rest of the wall is made out of. On Rocky's side, the box is a flat panel door with an opaque xenonite border. Also, there's a square hole with a perfectly fitted square pipe leading away. There are some controls on the pipe near the box. Buttons, maybe? A wire coming from the control box snakes along the pipe, disappearing into the hole where the pipe does. Meanwhile, on my side, the cube is a crank, roughly the same shape as my own airlock's door crank, and that's attached to a square panel like the one on Rocky's side, and it's an airlock, I said. You made an airlock in our airlock tunnel. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Rocky and I can both access it. He can control the air in the little chamber by means of the mystery pipe, which presumably leads back to some pumps or something in the blip A, and those buttons or whatever are the controls, just like that. We have a way to transfer stuff back and forth. I do jazz hands. He does them back. Hmm. Again with the square flat panels. Who makes a square airlock? Especially one designed to handle iridian atmospheric pressure. Sure, even the pipe that runs the mini airlock is square. I know they can make round xenonite. The cylinders he sent me when we first met were round. This tunnel is round. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Xenonite is so strong you don't have to carefully shape it into pressure vessels. Flat panels are probably easier to make. This is awesome. I hold up a finger, he returns the gesture. I fly down to the lab and grab a tape measure. He showed me a unit of time, so I'll show him a unit of length. The tape measure is metric. Thank God. It's going to be confusing enough using base 6 Iridian seconds. The last thing I want to know is if throw in there is imperial units, even if they are natural to me. Back in the tunnel, I hold up the tape measure. I pull it out a bit, then release it to let it retract. Repeat the process a few times. He does jazz hands. I point to the square lock. Yes! Yes! Square lock! I was fucking waiting for him to make that joke. Fuck. Yes. uh, what else should I call it? And and he does jazz hands again. I hope that means there isn't 29 atmospheres of ammonia in there at the moment. I guess we'll see. I turn the crank and open my door. It swings outward toward me easily. Nothing explodes. In fact, I don't even smell the ammonia. And it wasn't a vacuum in there either. I wouldn't have been able to pull the door open at all if it had been. Rocky set that up to be exactly my atmosphere. Considerate of him. Put the tape measure in the approximate center of the box and let it float there. Close the door and turn the crank. Rocky presses a button on the controls and I hear a muffled thwump followed by a steady hiss. A foggy gas rushes in from the pipe. Ammonia, presumably. The tape measure bounces inside, pushed around like a leaf in the wind. Soon the hiss dulls to a trickle. And then I realize my mistake. The tape measure is one of those solid construction site kinds that are made of metal with tool grade rubber grip pads. Thing is, Iridians like it hot. How hot? I can't say for sure, but I know now it's hotter than the melting point of the rubber on the tape measure. The blob of liquid rubber undulates on the tape measure, sticking to the tool via surface tension. Rocky opens his door and carefully grabs my faulty present by the metal. At least that's still solid. I think it's made of aluminum. Nice to know Iridian air isn't hot enough to melt that too. Square lock, yeah. As Rocky pulls the tape measure toward him, the rubber blob separates from it and floats on off in his side of the tube. pokes the rubber blob and it sticks to his claw. He shakes it off without much trouble. Obviously, the temperature doesn't bother him. I guess it's no different from a human being shaking water off its hand. In my atmosphere, rubber that hot would burn. There'd be all these nasty, noxious gases coming off it, too. But there's no oxygen on the rocky side of the wall, so the rubber just kind of stays a liquid. It floats off to the tunnel wall and sticks there. I shrug at him. Maybe he'll know that means I'm sorry. He sort of shrugs back, but he does it with all five shoulders. Looks weird, and I don't know if he caught my meaning. He pulls the tape out of it and then lets it snap back. He's clearly surprised, even though he must have known it was coming. He releases it entirely and lets it spin in front of him. He grabs it and does it again, then again, and again. Yeah, it's fun, I say, but look at the markings. Those are centimeters. Centimeters. The next time he pulls the tape out, I point to the tape. Look! He just keeps pulling it out and back again. I don't see any indication that he cares about what's written there. Ugh, I hold up a finger. He I go back to the lab, get another tape measure. It's a well-stocked lab, and no space mission would be complete without redundancy. I come back to the tunnel. Rocky is still playing with the tape measure. Now he's really having a ball. He pulls the tape out as far as he can, which is about a meter, and then releases both the tape and the tape measure at the same time. The resulting recoil and snapback makes the tape measure spin wildly in front of him. Oh wait, I forgot to turn my volume back on. It's a little too loud, actually. He says, I'm pretty sure that was a squeal of glee. Look, look, I say, Rocky, Rocky, yo. He finally stops playing with the unintentional toy. I pull some tape out of my tape measure and point to the markings. Look, here, see these? Pulls his own out to approximately the same distance. I can see the markings on his are still there. They didn't get baked off in the blistering radiant heat or anything. What's the problem? I point at the 1 centimeter line. Look, 1 centimeter. This line here. I tap the line repeatedly. He holds the tape out and taps it with a third. He matches my tempo, but he's nowhere near the 1 centimeter mark. Here, I tap the mark harder. Are you blind? Pause. Wait, are you blind? I'm gonna change the. Let's see if that works. I changed the setting on the piano. Rocky taps the tape some more. I've always assumed he had eyes somewhere, and I didn't recognize them, but what if he doesn't have eyes at all? The airlock of the Blip A was dark, and Rocky didn't have any problem with it, so I figured he saw in frequencies of light I can't see. But the tape measure has white tape with black markings on it. Any vision at any spectrum should be able to discern black on white. Black is the absence of light, and white is. Where was I? And white is all frequencies equally reflected. Wait, this doesn't make sense. He knows what I'm doing. He mimics my gestures. If he doesn't have vision, how can he read my clock? How can he read his own clock? Hmm. His clock has thick numbers, like an eighth of an inch. And thinking back, he actually did have some trouble with my clock. He needed me to tape it to the divider wall. When it floated an inch away, he got upset. Just being close to the divider wasn't enough. He needed the clock to be touching it. Sound, I say? Do you see with sound? It would make sense. Humans use electromagnetic waves to understand our three-dimensional environment, so why couldn't a different species use sound waves? Same principle. And we even have it on Earth. Bats and dolphins use echolocations to see with sound. Maybe Iridians have that ability, but on steroids. And unlike bats and dolphins, Iridians have passive sonar. They use ambient sound waves to resolve their environment instead of making specific noises to track prey. It's just a theory, but it fits the data. That's why his clock numbers are thick, because his sonar can't perceive things that are too thin. My clock was a challenge to him. Can't see the ink, but the hands are solid objects, so he knew about them. But the whole thing is encased in plastic. That's why you needed the clock pressed against the wall. You needed the sound waves bouncing around in it to get to you more easily. And the tape measure I just handed you is useless. You can't see the ink at all. He plays with the tape measure some more. I hold up a finger. He's more focused on the tape measure toy, but he absently returns the gesture with one of his spare hands. I fly back to the ship, through the control room, and into the lab. I grab a screwdriver and head further down to the dormitory. I detach a storage panel from the floor, simple aluminum sheet stock, maybe 1/16 of an inch thick, with the edges rounded so we don't cut ourselves. Strong, durable, and light, perfect for space travel. I fly back to the tunnel. Rocky one has wrapped one end of the tape around one of his tunnel's grab handles and tied it in a somewhat crude knot. He hangs onto the dispenser with one hand and uses the other for to climb backward along the bars. Hey, I say, I hold up my hand. Hey! He stops playing with the tape measure for a moment. Oh, that's much better. I like that a lot more. I hold up two fingers. Rocky holds up two fingers. Okay, yeah, we're in mimic mode again. I hold up one finger, then switch to two, then back to one, and finally three. Rocky repeats the sequence just as I hoped he would. Now I put the aluminum panel between my hand and Rocky. Behind the panel, I hold up two fingers, then one, then three, then five. Rocky holds up two fingers, then one, then all three. He brings in his second hand to hold up two more fingers for a total of five. Wow, I say. 1/16 inch aluminum will stop pretty much all light. Some absurdly high frequencies can get through, but those frequencies would also pass right through me, so you wouldn't see my hands. But sound travels through metals just fine. That's proof. He's not using light to perceive what's going on. It has to be sound. To Rocky, that metal plate is like a glass window. Maybe it muddles the image a little, but not much. Heck, he probably knows what the Hail Mary's control room sounds like. Why not? The hull is just more aluminum. How did he see me out in space? No air in space, so no sound. Wait, no, that's a dumb question. He's not a caveman wandering around in space. He's an advanced interstellar traveler. He has technology. He probably has cameras and radar and stuff that translate data into something he can understand. No different from my petroscope. I can't see IR light, but it can see it, and then it shows it to me on a monitor with light frequencies I can see. The Blip A control room probably has awesome looking braille like readouts. Well, I'm sure it's way more advanced than that. Wow, I stare at him. Humans spent thousands of years looking up at the stars and wondering what was out there. You guys never saw stars at all, but you still worked space travel. What an amazing people you Iridians must be. Scientific geniuses. The knot in the tape comes loose, recoils wildly, and smacks Rocky's hand. He shakes the affected hand in pain for a moment, then continues messing with the tape measure. Yep, you're definitely a scientist. What time is it? Oh, yeah, I don't have work today, by the way. So we don't have to go at our usual time. We can stream basically all day. I will take a little break to clean the floors at some point, and I'm about to take a small break now to go do a couple of things, but I've changed Rocky's piano noises to something a little less abrasive. So hopefully, hopefully, um, oh fucking hell. Hopefully, when we do more Rocky, it'll sound a little bit better. I just wanted it to sound a little more musical, so I switched to a different synth pad noise that sounds a little bit more spacey and less like a clown horn. Um, for my own sake, probably as much as for yours. They were bothering me anyway. I was finding them difficult to listen to, but that might just be my brand of autism. Give me a little second. We're about to switch back to an Earth flashback, so this is probably a good time for me to take a short break. Again. Um, Feel free to talk about your thoughts on the book so far while I'm gone. I shouldn't be too long. I just want to use the bathroom and check to see if my package is at the door yet. So just give me a moment to do that. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. My phone. That break took me a little longer than I meant it to. Thanks. Sorry, guys. I'm struggling. Yeah, package. Yeah, that's a good meme. Thanks, Bon. It's not here yet. Um, Thank you. Oh, man. All right. All rise, said the bailiff. The United States District Court for the Western District of Washington is now in session. The Honorable Justice Meredith Spencer presiding. The entire courtroom stood as the judge took her seat. Be seated, the bailiff said, handing the justice a folder. Your Honor, today's case is the Intellectual Property Alliance versus Project Hail Mary. The judge nodded. Plaintiff, are you ready for your trial? The plaintiff's table was crowded with well-dressed men and women. The eldest of them, a man in his 60s, stood to answer. We are, Your Honor. Defense, are you ready for your trial? Strat sat alone at a defense table, typing away on her tablet. Defense? Strat finished typing and stood. No, man, I've got a whole day with you guys. I'm not gonna waste it. Next time I take a break, it'll be after this chapter to like eat, uh, and clean, and then I'll come back. I'm ready. Justice Spencer gestured to Strat's table. Counselor, where's the rest of your team? Just me, she said. And I'm not a counselor. I'm the defendant. Miss Strat? Spencer took off her glasses and glared. The defendant in this case is a rather famous intergovernmental consortium of scientists. Led by me, said Strat. I move to dismiss. You can't make motions yet, Miss Strat. Just tell me if you're ready to proceed. I'm ready. All right, plaintiff, you may begin your opening statement. The man stood. May it please the court and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Theodore Canton, counsel for the Intellectual Property Alliance during this action. During this trial, we will show that Project Hail Mary has overstepped its authority in the matter of digital data acquisition and licensing. They have in their possession a gigantic solid state drive array upon which they have copied literally every single piece of software that has ever been copyrighted, as well as every single book and literary work that has ever been available in any digital format. I know. Just don't want to be alone with my thoughts today. I need you guys. All of this was done without paying or licensing to the proper copyright holders or intellectual property holders. Furthermore, many of their technological designs violate patents held by Your Honor. Strat interrupted. Can I make motions now? Technically, said the justice, but it's irregular. I move to dismiss. Your Honor, Canton protested. On what grounds, Miss Strat? Said the justice. Because I don't have time for this bullshit, she said. We are building a ship to literally save our species, and we have very little time to get it done. It will have three astronauts, just three, to do experiments we can't even conceive of now. We need them to be prepared for any possible line of study they deem necessary. So we are giving them everything, the collected knowledge of humankind, along with all software. Some of it is stupid. They probably won't need Minesweeper for Windows 3.1, and they probably don't get an unabridged Sanskrit to English dictionary, but they're going to have them. Kenton shook his head. Your Honor, my clients don't dispute the noble nature of the Hail Mary project. The complaint is the illegal use of copyrighted material and patented mechanisms. Strat shook her head. It would take a ridiculous amount of time and energy to work out licensing agreements with every company, so we're not doing it. I assure you, Miss Strat, you will comply with the law, said the justice. Only when I want to. Strat held up a sheet of paper. According to this international treaty, I am personally immune from prosecution for any crime anywhere on Earth. The United States Senate ratified that treaty 2 months ago. She held up a second piece of paper. And to streamline situations like this, I also have a preemptive pardon from the President of the United States for any and all crimes I am accused of within U.S. jurisdictions. The bailiff took the papers and handed them to the justice. Fuck, I love Strat. I'm so sorry. She's so cool. This this is exactly what you say it is. I'm here only as a courtesy, Strat said. I didn't have to come at all, but since the software industry, patent trolls, and everyone else related to intellectual property banded together in one lawsuit, I figured it would be fastest to nip this in the bud all at once. She grabbed her satchel and put the tablet inside. I'll be on my way. Hold on, Miss Strat, said Justice Spencer. This is still a court of law, and you will remain for the duration of these proceedings. No, I won't, said Strat. The bailiff walked forward. Ma'am, I'll have to restrain you if you don't comply. You and what army? Strat asked. 5 armed men in military fatigue entered the courtroom and took up the station around her. Because I have the U.S. Army, she said, and that's a damn fine army. I love her so much. I love Strat. She's so fucking cool. I browsed through my available software while munching on a peanut butter tortilla. I know that doesn't sound tasty, but it is. I've learned how to grip the lab chair with my legs so I don't float off as I use the laptop. Turns out I have a bunch of laptops, at least 6 that I've found in the storage area so far, and they're all connected to ship-wide Wi-Fi network. Handy. Oh, hi Mooney, welcome back. Hello, hello. I browsed through my available software. Well, yes, a peanut butter tortilla. Did he stutter? I, uh, if memory serves, I should have pretty much all the software lurking around somewhere on the ship. Trick is finding the one I need. I wouldn't even know what it's called. Fortunately, one of the books in the digital library is a list of software applications, so that helped. Ryland Grace will do no such thing. Ultimately, I find something that'll work. Timpanium Labs Waveform Analyzer. There are all sorts of waveform analysis software packages in my library. This one just has the highest reviews according to a 2017 computer magazine that reviewed waveform analyzers. Oh, okay, the stress is turning into exhaustion. Cool, cool. Whenever I don't want to feel an emotion, I just let it bubble under my skin until it turns into being tired. I install the software on one of the laptops. It's pretty simple to use and has a plethora of features. The one I'm most interested in is the Fourier transform. It's the most basic tool in sound wave analysis and arguably the most important. There's a lot of complicated math on how to make it happen, but the end result is this. If you run a sound wave through the Fourier trans if you run a sound wave through the Fourier transform, it will give you a list of the individual notes being played at the same time. So if I played a C major chord and let this app listen to it, the app would tell me there's a C, an E, and a G. It's all incredibly useful. No more pantomime, it's time to learn Iridianese. Yes, I just made up that word. No, I don't feel bad about it. I'm doing a lot of things for the first time in human history, and there's a lot of stuff that needs naming. Just be glad I don't name stuff after myself. I launch Microsoft Excel on the other laptop and tape the two laptops together back to back. Oh my god. You what? I'm sorry. Ryland Redneck Engineer Grace is back in the building. He taped two laptops together to make a translation device? What? Oh my god. Yes, I could just run both applications on one laptop, but I don't want to switch back and forth. I fly up through the ship and back into the tunnel. Rocky isn't there. Rocky can't just spend all day waiting around for me, but why don't they have someone in the tunnel at all times? Yeah, he sure did. He taped two laptops together. If my crewmates were still around, we would definitely rotate a watch or something. Heck, Ilyukna would probably be camped out there nonstop, only leave when she had to sleep. What if they are leaving, having different people in the tunnel? How do I know Rocky is just one person? I don't know how to tell Iridians apart. Maybe I've been talking to six different people. That's an unsettling thought. No, that's not it. I'm pretty sure Rocky is just Rocky. The ridges on his carapace and the rocky protrusions on his hands are unique. I remember there's an irregular craggy bit sticking up out of one of his fingers. Yeah, it's the same guy. If you look at a rock for several hours and someone replaced it with a very similar but slightly different rock, you would know. Okay, so where's the rest of his crew? I'm alone because my crewmates didn't make it, but Iridians have better technology space-wise. Bigger ship, nigh indestructible hull material, there has to be crew in there. Oh, I bet Rocky's the captain. If he puts himself at risk by talking to the scary alien, everyone else stays back on the ship. It's what Captain Kirk would do, so why not Captain Rocky? Anyway, I have cool stuff I want to do and I'm impatient. Yo, Rocky, I yell. Come here. I listen for any sounds of movement. Come on, man, your entire range sensory input is sound. I bet you can hear a pin drop a mile away. You know I'm calling you. Move your whatever serves as your butt. I want to talk. I wait and wait, but no Rocky. Hydrate, boys and girls. My guess is I'm a pretty high priority to him, so whatever he's doing must be really important. After all, he's got a ship to deal with. For all he needs to eat and sleep, well, he has to eat anyway. All biological organisms need to get energy somehow, but I don't know if Iridians sleep. Come to think of it, sleep might not be such a bad idea. Out of the past 48 hours, I've had a 2 hour nap and nothing else. Rocky's clock is still there, wedged between a grab bar and the divider on the wall. It's ticking away as normal. It's interesting that his clock only has 5 digits. By my math, it'll roll back over to cursive L, cursive L, cursive L, cursive L, cursive L every 5 hours or so. Maybe that's the length of an Iridian day. Speculate later. Sleep is the priority. I set up a spreadsheet on my Excel laptop to convert from Rocky time to mine and vice versa. I want to sleep for 8 hours. Enter the current time on Rocky's clock, which is I cursive L IV shape, and have the spreadsheet tell me what that clock will say in 8 hours. The answer I shape plus upside down A shape. I hurry back to the lab and pick up a bunch of popsicle sticks and tape. Rocky can't see ink, so I have to improvise. I tape the sticks to the divider wall to let Rocky know when I'll return. Fortunately, the symbols are mostly made of straight lines, so my little craft project should be good enough for him to read. Interestingly, my return time has 6 digits. One more digit than Rocky's clock shows, but I'm sure he'll figure it out. If Rocky said, I'll be back at 37 o'clock, I'd understand what he meant. Before I hit the hay, I harvest a mini camera from the lab's vacuum chamber. It's just a small wireless camera that talks to a portable LCD chip hooked into the chamber. I tape the camera up in the tunnel, pointed at the divider wall, and bring the readout screen with me to my bunk. There. Now I have a baby monitor set up in the tunnel. There's no audio. The camera is just for watching experiments, not chatting with people, but it's better than nothing. I tuck the bunk sheets into the blankets. I tuck the bunk sheets and blankets in tight around the oval mattress pad. I shimmy in between the tight bedding. This way I won't just float around while I sleep. My grand plans for communicating with Rocky will have to wait. I'm a little frustrated, but not for long. I conk out almost immediately. And that was chapter 11. Walk amongst yourselves. I'm going to eat some fucking lunch and do a little floor sweeping. Try not to miss me too much while I'm gone. Right? Every single fucking sorry, I haven't left yet, but I see your message and I just every single fucking person that I have forced to listen to me read this book has been completely fucking hooked in. Uh, so I'm glad you guys are having as much fun as I am. Okay, bye. Fine. Fine. I'll be back. Oh fuck. Oops. Hey guys, thanks for your incredible patience. Uh, Rocky never actually gets to meet Strat. I should probably explain something about how the book works. So, um, whilst Ryland is doing things on the Hail Mary in real time, he's also, um, he's also having flashbacks to his time from when he was on Earth before he was sent into space. And so he's slowly remembering how he got to where he is while the story is happening, which is why every so often there's a break. Thank you. Which is why every so often there's a break in the text and we switch to a past point of view. Ryland kind of the book is very first person stream of consciousness. Ryland kind of tells you everything he knows and learns and remembers as he learns and remembers it. Hold on, did my alarm go off? I have to see if my jalapeno poppers are ready. No, I don't think I heard the beep yet. I'm waiting for my air fryer to finish air frying my food. Okie dokie. Huh. Tap, tap, tap. The sound barely penetrates my consciousness. Oh, this is chapter 12, by the way. Far away. I wake up from a dreamless sleep. Hmm? Breakfast, I mumble. The mechanical arms reach into a compartment and pull out a packaged meal. It's like Christmas every morning around here. Pull the top off and steam wafts out in all directions. There's a breakfast burrito inside. Nice, I say. Coffee? Preparing. I take a bite of the breakfast burrito. It's good. All the food is good. Guess they figured if we were gonna die, we might as well eat good stuff. Coffee, says the computer. A mechanical arm hands me a pouch with a straw in it. It's like a Capri Sun for adults. Zero G accommodations. Hey, I want a Capri Sun coffee. That sounds great. Y'all are fried air. I let the burrito float nearby and take a sip of coffee. It's delicious. Of course, it even has just the right amount of cream and sugar. That's a very personal preference that varies wildly from person to person. What is that, anyway? I check the LCD screen taped near my bunk. Rocky is in the tunnel tapping on the divider wall. Computer, how long was I asleep? Patient was unconscious for 10 hours and 17 minutes. Oh, crud. I wiggle out of my bedding and bounce up through the ship toward the control room. I carry the burrito and coffee with me because I'm starving. I bounce into the tunnel. Sorry, sorry. Rocky taps the divider louder than before. Now that I'm here, he points to the popsicle stick numbers I taped to the divider and then to his clock. He balls one of his hands into a fist. I'm sorry. I clasp my hands together as if praying. I don't know what else to do. There's no interplanetary symbol for supplication. I don't know if he understands, but he unclenches his fist. Maybe it was a mild admonishment. I mean, he could have made 5 fists, but he only made one. Anyway, I kept him waiting for over 2 hours. He's understandably upset. Hopefully, this next trick will make up for it. I hold up a finger. He returns a gesture. I grab my duct. Oh, yeah, I gotta get my piano ready. I grab my duct tape laptops and email? Oh, and launch the waveform analysis software. Piano, where's my piano? I need my piano. There it is. Okay, okay. I got my piano. Are we on the right setting? Yes, okay. Awesome. We are still set to Rocky mode. I pull the popsicle stick numbers off the wall. There is good a place to start. I hold up the one and point to it. One, I say. One. Then I. Oh, my food is done. And I point to Rocky. He points to the one and says, I pause the waveform analyzer. I scroll back a few seconds. There we go. Rocky's word for one is just two notes played at the same time. Okay, so that would have been cool. There are a bunch of harmonics and resonances in there too, but the main frequency peaks are just two notes. Type 1 into the spreadsheet on the other computer and note the relevant frequencies. Okay, I say. I return to the divider and hold up the V symbol. 2, I say. He says. Another one-syllable word. The oldest words in a language are usually the shortest. This time it's a chord made of four distinct notes. I enter 2 and record the frequencies for the word. He starts to get excited. I think he knows what I'm up to and it's got him happy. I hold the strange symbol, and before I can even speak, he points to it and says, excellent. Our first two-syllable word. I accidentally hit three notes there, but you get the idea. I'll have to scroll back and forth a bit in the waveform data to get the chords right. First syllable has just two notes, and the second has five. He must. Rocky can make at least five different notes at the same time. He must have multiple sets of vocal cords or something. Well, he has 5 arms and 5 hands, so why not 5 sets of vocal cords? I don't see a mouth anywhere. The notes are just coming from somewhere inside him. I keep getting random texts from what has to be some streamer or musician or something that are sent randomly to his community, but I don't know who he is or how I ended up receiving those texts. It's all very confusing. Anyway, um, what? I look back at him. He points to the symbol still in my hand, then to me, then back to the symbol, back to me. Oh, sorry, I say. I hold up the digit properly and say 3. He does jazz hands, I throw some jazz hands back. While we're on the subject, stand still for a moment so he'll know there was a break in the conversation, then I do the jazz hands and say, yes. I repeat the gesture, yes. He does it back to me and says, I record the note, I record the frequencies in my laptop. Okay, we have yes in our vocabulary now, I say. I look over once he knows, has my attention. He does jazz hands and says, same chord as before. Yes, I say, we've covered this. He holds up a finger for a moment, then he balls two of his fists and taps them together. What? Oh, I say, I'm a teacher. What would I teach someone who just learned the word yes? That's no. At least, I hope so. I ball my fists together and tap. I ball my fists and tap them together. No. Oh shit. What was it? I check the laptop. Wait, so does that mean it's not no? Is that another yes? Now I'm confused. No, I ask. No, he says in Iridian. So yes? No, yes. Yes? No, no! Yes, yes? No! He balls his fist at me, clearly frustrated. Enough of this interspecies Abbott Costello routine. I hold up a finger. He unballs his fist and returns the gesture. I enter the frequencies for what I think is no into my spreadsheet. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. We'll work on it later. I hold up the plus symbol. 4. He holds up 3 fingers on one hand and 1 finger on another. I make a note of the frequencies. For the next several hours, we expand our shared vocabulary to several thousand words. Language is kind of an exponential system. The more words you know, the easier it is to describe new ones. Communication is hampered by my slow and clumsy system for listening to Rocky. I check the frequencies he emits with one laptop, then look them up in my spreadsheet on the other laptop. It's not a great system. I've had enough. I excuse myself for an hour to write some software. I'm not a computer expert, but I know some rudimentary programming. I write a program to take the audio analysis software's input output and look up the words in my table. It's barely even a program, more of a script. It's not efficient at all, but computers are fast. Fortunately, Rocky speaks with musical chords. While it's very difficult to make a computer turn human speech into text, it's very easy to make a computer identify musical notes and find them in a table. From that point on, my laptop screen shows me that
English translation of what Rocky's saying in real time. When a new word comes up, I enter it into my database, and the computer knows it from then on. Rocky, meanwhile, doesn't use any system to record what I'm saying or doing. No computer, no writing implement, no microphone, nothing. He just pays attention. And as far as I can tell, he remembers everything I told him. Every word. Even if I only told him once, several hours earlier, if only my students were that attentive. I suspect Iridians have much better memory than humans. Broadly speaking, the human brain is a collection of software hacks compiled into a single, somehow functional unit. Each feature was added as a random mutation that solved some specific problem to increase our odds of survival. In short, the human brain is a mess. Everything about evolution is messy, so I assume Iridians are also a mess of random mutations, but whatever led to their brains being how they are, it gave them what we humans would call a photographic memory. It's probably even more complicated than that. Humans have a whole chunk of our brains dedicated to sight, and it even has its own memory cache. Maybe Iridians are just really good at remembering sounds. After all, it's their primary sense. I know it's too early, but I can't wait any longer. I get a vial of astrophage from the lab supplies and bring it to the tunnel. I hold it up. Astrophage, I say. Rocky's entire posture changes. He hunkers his carapace a little lower. He tightens his claws a bit on the bars he uses to keep in place. He says, his computer voice more quiet than usual. I check the computer. It's not a word I've recorded yet. It must be his word for astrophage. I point to the database, point to the I note it in the database and point to the vial. Astrophage on my star, bad. The computer translates. Astrophage on me star, bad, 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 bad. Okay, theory confirmed. He's here for the same reason I am. I want to ask so many more questions, but we just don't have the words. It's infuriating. Rocky says. My computer pops up text. You came you come from where? Question. Rocky has picked up the basic word ordering of English. I think he realized early on that I can't automatically remember stuff, so he works with my system rather than trying to teach me his. I probably seem pretty stupid, honestly, but some of his own grammar sneaks in once in a while. He always ends with the question with the word question. No understand, I say. Your star is what name? Question. Oh, I say. He wants the name of my star. Soul. My star is called Soul. Understand. Iridian name for your star is. I note down the new word. That's Rocky's word for soul. Unlike, unlike two humans fumbling to communicate, Rocky and I can't even pronounce each other's proper nouns. My name for your star is Iridine, I say. Technically, we call it 40 Iridine, but I decide to keep it simple. Iridian name for my star is. I add the word to the dictionary. Understand. Good. I don't have to read the computer screen for that particular translation. I've started to recognize some of the more frequent words like you, me, good, bad, etc. I've never been an artistic, and I'm about as far from having a musical ear as anyone can be, but after you hear a chord 100 times, you tend to remember it. Check my watch. Yes, I have a watch now. The stopwatch has a clock feature. It took me a while to notice. I had other things on my mind. We've been at it all day, and I'm exhausted. Do Iridians even know what sleep is? I guess it's time to find out. Human bodies must sleep. Sleep is this. I curl into a ball and close my eyes in over-dramatic representation of sleep. Make a fake snoring sound because I'm a bad actor. I return to normal and point at his clock. Humans sleep for 29,000 seconds. Along with his perfect memory, Iridians are extremely good at math. At least Rocky is. He worked As we worked our way through scientific units, it became immediately apparent that he can convert his units to mine in the blink of an eye, and he has no problem understanding base 10. Many seconds, he says. Why be still so many seconds? Question. Understand. He relaxes his limbs and they go limp. He curls up like a dead bug and remains motionless for a while. Iridian's same. Oh, thank God. I cannot imagine explaining sleep to someone who'd never heard of it. Hey, I'm gonna fall unconscious and hallucinate for a while. By the way, I spend a third of my time doing it, and if I can't do it for a while, I go insane and eventually die. No need for concern. But, sorry, I had his word for sleep to the dictionary. I turn to leave. I'm going to sleep now. I'll come back in 29,000 seconds. I observe, he says. You observe? I observe. Uh, he wants to watch me sleep. In any other context, that would be creepy, but when you're studying a new life form, it's appropriate, I guess. I will be still for 29,000 seconds, I warn him. Many seconds, I will not do anything. I observe. Wait. He returns to his ship. Oh, hold on, I'm being texted by my genmate. She has awoke from her slumber. He returns to his ship. Is he finally going to get something to take notes with? After a few minutes, he comes back with a device in one of his hands, and a satchel held in two more. I observe. I point to the device. What is that? He pulls some kind of tool out of the satchel. Not function. He pokes the device with the tool a few times. I change. Function. I don't bother to note down the new word. What would I enter it as? Thing Rocky was holding that one time? Whatever it is, it has a couple of wires sticking out, and an opening that reveals some complex internals. The object itself is irrelevant. Point is, he's repairing it. New word for us. Fix, I say. You fix. I add fix to the dictionary. I'll suspect it'll come up a lot. He wants to watch me sleep. He knows it's not going to be exciting, but he wants to do it anyway, so he brought some work with him to keep busy. Okay, whatever floats his boat. Wait, I say. I return to the ship and head to the dormitory. I pull the mattress pad, sheets, and blanket from my bunk. I could use one of the other two bunks, but they had my dead friends in them, so I don't want to. I bring the pad and sheets through to the lab, awkwardly through the control room, and into the tunnel. I use a copious amount of duct tape to affix the mattress pad to the wall, then cinch up the sheets and blanket. I sleep now, I say. Sleep. I turn off the lights in the tunnel, and total darkness for me, no effect for Rocky, who wants to watch me. Best of both worlds. I shimmy into bed and resist the urge to say goodnight. It would just lead to more questions. I drift off to the occasional clink and scrape of Rocky working on his device. All right, there's a break in the text, so I'm gonna go grab my food from the air fryer because I think it's done. So just hang out while I grab my food. I'll be back. All right, I'm back and I have food. Thank you all for waiting for me. Okay. Sliding in. Excellent.
I have my jalapeno poppers. So while I eat, let's talk for a bit. So what do y'all think of Rocky? I think from this point I should be able to voice Rocky fully by myself without the piano. Um, there may be a couple small moments where I need to pull the piano back out, but I will try to use my Rocky voice as frequently as possible now. Hmm. Yes, hold on. I'm dying. Rocky time for a long time. The rest of the book is Rocky time. Okay. I bit into my pepper nugget and the entire pepper came out of the nugget. Now I'm left with just nugget. It sure did. Yeah. Hope you're enjoying the eating ASMR.
Oh, good. I'd really hate to bother my. I'd really hate to bother my misophonic viewers. Sorry, I'm so quiet. Swear I'm almost done these fucking nuggets. I'm sorry. I need more. I need more drink. Hang on. We're good. And I'm back. I have soda now. After I finish eating, I'll take a bathroom break and then we'll be back to reading. I dearly appreciate your patience. All of you, you've all been so good today. Despite how out of sorts I've been, you've all been so good. Mm. I want to thank you guys. I feel a lot better than I did this morning. Once again, hanging out with you has helped me a lot. And that's why I do it. That's why I'm a content creator. No matter how bad of a day I'm having, you guys are always here. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Hell yeah. Those were some good jalapeno pepper nuggets. I'm feeling very fed and a lot better. I wonder how much of my stress was hunger related. All right, give me another minute. Give me a second. Ah, that's the wrong screen.
Okay, I'm back. Thanks again for waiting. Hopefully that'll be the last time. Uh, got my orange soda and my piano app. In case Rocky decides to make more music noises. Hopefully he'll actually make speak. So let's. Okay, book time. Thank you all for waiting. You've all been so incredibly patient. The next several days are far from boring. Or sorry, the next several days are repetitive but far from boring. We greatly increase our shared vocabulary and a decent amount of grammar, tenses, plurals, conditionals. Language is tricky, but we're getting it piece by piece. And slow though the process is, I'm memorizing more of his language. I don't need the computer as often, though I still can't go without it completely. That'll take a long time. Spend an hour every day studying Iridian vocabulary. I made a little script to pick random words from my Excel spreadsheet and play the notes with a MIDI app. Again, a rudimentary program, inefficiently written, but computers are so fast. I want to be free of the spreadsheet as soon as I can. For now, I still need it all the time, but once in a while I'll understand an entire sentence without resorting to the computer. Baby steps. Every night I sleep in the tunnel. He watches. I don't know why. We haven't talked about it yet. We've been too busy with other stuff, but he really doesn't want me to sleep without him watching, even if I just want to catch a quick nap. Today I want to work on an extremely important scientific unit that's been eluding us, mainly because we live in zero G. We need to talk about mass. Yes, kilogram. Right. How do I tell you about a kilogram? I ask. Rocky produces a small ball from his satchel. It's about the size of a ping pong ball. I know mass of this ball. You measure. You tell me how many kilograms ball is. Then I know kilogram. He thought it through. Yes, give me the ball. He hangs on to several support poles with various hands and puts it in the mini airlock. After a few minutes of waiting for it to cool, I have it in my hands. It's smooth and made of metal, fairly dense, I think. All I'm all I measure this, I mumble. 26, Rocky says out of nowhere. What about 26? Points to the ball in my hand. Ball is 26. Oh, I get it. The ball weighs 26 of something, whatever his unit is. I understand. The mass ball is a mass of 26. No, is not. It isn't? Is not. Ball is 26. I don't understand. He thinks for a moment and says, Wait. He disappears into his ship. While he's gone, I speculate on how to weigh something in zero G. It still has mass, of course, but I can't just put it on a scale. There's no gravity, and I can't spin up the Hail Mary's centrifugal gravity. The tunnel is connected to her nose. I could make a small centrifuge, something big enough for the smallest lab scale. Well, I have, rotate at some constant rate with the scale inside, measure something I know the mass of, and then measure the ball. I could calculate the mass of the ball from the ratio of the two measurements, but I'd have to build a consistent centrifuge. How would I do that? I can't spin something in the zero G environment of the lab easily enough. How do I spin it at a constant rate across multiple experiments? Oh, I don't need a constant rate. I just need a string with a mark in the center. I fly into the Hail Mary. Rocky will forgive me for running off. Heck, he can probably observe me from wherever he is on his ship anyway. Oh, thank you, by the way. Bring the ball down to the lab. I get a piece of nylon on a string and tie each end around a plastic sample canister. Now I have a string with little buckets at each end. Put the canisters next to each other, and that's the exact center of this contraption. Wave back and forth with my hand and get a feel for its mass. Probably less than a pound, less than half a kilogram. I leave everything floating in the lab and kick my way down to the dormitory. Water, I say. Water requested, said the computer. The metal arms hand me a zero G sipper of water, just a plastic pouch with a straw on it that only lets water through if you unlatch a little clip. And inside is 1 liter of water. The arms always give me water a liter at a time. You have to stay hydrated if you want to save the world. I return to the lab. I squirt about half the water into a sample box and seal it. I pull the half depleted sipper into one of the buckets and the metal ball into the other.
I set the whole thing spinning in the air. The two masses aren't equal. The lopsided rotation of the two connected containers shows the water side is much heavier. Good. That's what I wanted. I plug it out of the air and take a sip of water. Start it spinning again. Still off center, but not as bad. Take more sips, do more spins, take more sips, and so on until my little device rotates perfectly around the marked center point. That means the mass of the water is equal to the mass of the ball. I pull out the sippy. I know the density of water, it's 1 kilogram per liter. So all I need to know is the volume of this water to know the mass, and therefore the mass of the metal ball. I get a large plastic syringe from the supplies. I can pull a maximum of 100 cc of volume. I attach the syringe to the sippy and unclip the straw. I draw out 100 cc of water, then squirt it into my wastewater box. I repeat this a few more times. The last syringe is only about a quarter full when I empty the bag. Result: 325 cc's of water, which weighs 325 grams. Therefore, Rocky's ball also weighs 325 grams. I return to the tunnel to tell Rocky about how smart I am. He balls a fist at me as I enter. You left! Bad! I measured the mass, I said. I made a very smart experiment. He holds up a string with beads on it. 26. The beaded string is just like the ones he sent me back when we talked about our atmospheres. Oh, I say. It's an atom. That's how he talks about atoms. I count the beads. There are 26 in all. He's talking about element 26, one of the most common elements on Earth. Iron, I say. I point at the necklace. Iron. He points at the necklace and says, I record the word in my dictionary. Iron, he says again, pointing at the necklace. Iron. He points at the ball in my hand. Iron. It takes a second to sink in and I slap my forehead. You are bad. It was a fun experiment, but a total waste of time. Rocky was giving me all the information I needed, or trying to at least. I know how dense iron is, and I know how to calculate the volume of a sphere. Getting to mass from there is just a little arithmetic. I pull a pair of calipers out of the toolkit I keep in the tunnel and measure the sphere's diameter. It's 4.3 centimeters. From that, I work out the volume, multiply the density of iron, and get a much more precise and accurate mass of 328.25 grams. Was only off by 1%, I grumble. You talk to you? Question. Yes, I'm talking to me. Humans are unusual. Yes, I say. Rocky stretches his legs. I sleep now. Wow, I say. This is the first time he's had to sleep since we met. Good, this'll provide me some time for some lab work, but how much time? How long do Iridians sleep? I nod no. You don't know? You're Iridian. How can you not know how long Iridians sleep? Iridians not know how long sleep lasts. Maybe short time, maybe long time. They sleep unpredictable amounts of time. I guess there's no rule saying sleep has to evolve as a regular pattern. Does he at least know a range of times it might be? Is there a minimum time? A maximum time? Minimum is 12,265 seconds. Maximum is 42,928 seconds. I often get strangely specific numbers from Rocky on things that should be rough estimates. Took me a while to figure it out, but I finally did. He's actually coming up with rough, round numbers, but they're in his units and in base 6. It's actually easier for him to convert those values into base 10 Earth seconds than it is for him to think directly in Earth seconds. If I converted those values back to Iridian seconds and looked at the numbers in base 6, I bet they'd be some round number, but I'm too lazy. Why unconvert data he's already converted? I've never seen him be wrong on arithmetic. Meanwhile, I have to divide by 60 twice on a calculator just to convert from one of my own planet's units to another of my own planet's units. He'll sleep for a minimum of 3.5 hours and maximum of almost 12. I understand, I say. I head back to the airlock. You observe? Question? Rocky asks. You watch me sleep, so it's only fair he'd offer to let me watch him. Sure, Earth scientists would jump all over the place to learn anything about what an Iridian and sleeping looks like, but I finally have some time to do some deep analysis of xenonite, and I'm just dying to know how xenon bonds with other elements. If I can get any of my lab equipment to work in zero G, that is. Not necessary. You observe? Question? Yes, again. No. Observe. You want me to observe you sleep? Yes, want. Their unspoken agreement, a tripled word, means extreme emphasis. Why? I sleep better if you observe. Why? He waves a few arms, trying to find a way to phrase it. Iridians do that. Iridians watch one another sleep. It's a thing. I should be more culturally sensitive. But he threw shade when I talked to myself. Iridians are unusual. Observe. I sleep better. I don't want to watch a dog-sized spider not move for several hours. There's a crew in there, right? Have one of them do it. I point to the ship, to his ship. Have some other Iridian observe you. No. Why not? I am only Iridian here. You're the only person on that huge ship? He's quiet for a moment and then says, complete nonsense. Did my Cludge Together translation software fail? I check it out. No, it's working fine. Examine the waveforms. They seem similar to the ones I'd seen before, but they're lower. Come to think of it, that whole sentence seemed lower in pitch than anything Rocky's ever said before. I select the whole segment on the software's recording history and bump it up an octave. The octave is a universal thing, not specific to humans. It means doubling the frequency of every note. The computer immediately translates the result. Original crew was 23. Now is only me. That octave drop, I think it's emotion. They. Did they die? Yes. I rubbed my eyes. Wow, the Blip A had a crew of 23. Rocky is the sole survivor, and he's understandably upset about it. Er, bad. Bad, bad, bad. I sigh. My original crew was 3. Now it's just me. Rocky puts a claw on the divider, opposite my hand. Bad. Bad, 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 I say. You stay like that for a moment. I'll watch you sleep. Good, me sleep, he says. His arms relax, and he looks for all the world like a dead bug. He floats free in his side tunnel, no longer hanging on to any support bars. Well, you're not alone anymore, buddy, I say. Neither of us are. And that's chapter 12. How are you all doing? Are your feelings handling that? We're getting into the more emotional part of the book, I suppose. Um, so how are you guys feeling about that? Oh my god, that's very loud. I went to open TikTok. Sorry, I went to open TikTok to scroll, and I remembered I had my phone. We all worry for Rocky. Yeah, I love Rocky. Yeah, they're not alone anymore. They're together now. I love them so much. Yeah, see, I forgot I had it turned up pretty high for the computer for the piano. I had to have it turned louder. Um so that you guys would be able to hear the notes I was playing. And then I went to open TikTok to scroll and I was blasted with noise.
is Lu-
Sorry, I think I just discovered an ad for a new social media platform I need to check out. What is Lunar Haven? Ooh.
Ooh. S- Sorry, I just discovered something. Like, appears to be a new social media platform called Lunar Haven. I've never heard of this. But oh my god, there's like a thriving user base, excuse me? Sorry, this is not what I was expecting. Lunar Haven. One word. Don't know. Just discovered it. I think it's new. Finally, a new private personal social media that I don't have to connect to any of my VTuber accounts. I think it's funny that we've found it on stream, but I'm not going to tell any of you what my user is, and no one will find it, and I'll get to just exist peacefully for a bit. This could be it, gang. The answer to all my prayers. Yeah, I guess. Literally never heard of this app before. I think that's pretty cool. We just discovered a social media in real time. We have fun here on the Plum Starfell channel. I don't. Oh, hi Bliss, hi! Welcome. I just accidentally found a social media app in the middle of my quick break from reading. It's called Lunar Haven. Here, I'll text you the thing. You can find it on the App Store. It's really fucking cool. Ah, I was seeing ads for it on TikTok and I was like, what is this? I need to go check this out. I may have finally found a replacement for my Tumblr. And no one will ever know it's me because no one I've ever met uses this app, and I'm not using any VTuber tied information. Mostly. I connect it to my AO3 or something, but nobody reads my fanfiction anyway. Did you? Is it the one called Yume Shipper? Because I think I already have that one. I mean, what's the point of living if you don't? I'm too lazy to make a straw page, so. Yeah, yeah, I know that one. I know that one. Why does it keep giving me a weird Google Translate ass? Oh, I see. It's translating misspellings. Yerp. Hell yeah, yerp. All right. Um, read. Reading. That's what we're supposed to be doing before I got distracted. So, B, do you know if you're gonna be streaming Pathfinder later, or are you just tired? Like, cause I'll show up later probably, but I know you said you woke up later than you meant to. If you are, I can tell everybody to go go to your Twitch. Yeah, yeah, I will, I will. On Yume Shipper or on Lunar Haven? Sorry, I'm. Yeah, I know there's lag. That makes sense, that makes sense. S- Sorry, I know there's lag. Um, yeah, I guess I can throw everyone at you when you start. Uh, I was explaining to them that I'm literally the only YouTuber in our entire group. Alright. Oh, chapter 13. Guys, we're halfway through the book. This is the halfway point of the book. Oh my god. I know, I get it, I get it. I like to stop and yap in between chapters. Okay. Mr. Easton, I don't think we need to be searched, said Strat. Oh yeah, there's Strat this chapter. This is a Strat chapter. Oh my god, this is perfect.
I'm glad you're here, Bliss. This is good for you. I think you do, said the head prison guard. I'm not doing a New Zealand accent. Fuck you, book. We're exempt from all. Stop, Easton said. No one gets in and out of Pear without a full search. Auckland Prison. The locals called it Pear for some reason. Was New Zealand's only maximum security prison unit. The sole point of entry was awash with security cameras and microscanner for all guests. Even guards passed through the detector on their way in. Yes, I am the one true tuber. I'm the tubius. Easton's assistant and I stood off to the side while our bosses had their dispute. He and I looked at each other and mutually shrugged. The small fraternity of underlings with stubborn bosses. I'm not turning over my taser. I can call your prime minister if you like. Sure, said Easton. She'll tell you the same thing I'm about to tell you now. We don't let weapons anywhere near those animals in there. Not even my own guards have with batons. There are some rules we don't change. Fully aware of your authority, but it has limits. You're not magical. Mr. Torch, Easton said, holding out his hand. His assistant handed over a small flashlight and clicked it on. Please open your mouth wide, Miss Strat. I need to check for contraband. Whoa, boy, I stepped forward before this got any worse. I'll go first. I opened my mouth wide. Easton shined the light into my mouth and looked this way and that. You're clear. Strat just glared at him. He held the flashlight to the ready. And get a female guard in here and order a much more thorough search if you like. For a few seconds she did nothing, then she pulled her taser from its holster and handed it over. She must have been tired. I'd never seen her give up on a power trip before. Though I also hadn't seen her get into a useless pissing contest either. She had a lot of authority and wasn't afraid to flex when needed, but she usually wasn't one to argue when a simple solution was present. Soon guards started strutting me through the cold gray walls of the prison. What the heck is wrong with you? I said. I don't like little dictators and their little kingdoms, she said. Drives me crazy. You can bend a little once in a while. I'm out of patience and the world is out of time. No, 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 you can't just use I'm saving the world as an excuse anytime you're a jerk. Yeah, okay, you may have a point. We followed the guards down the long corridor to the maximum security unit. Maximum security seems like overkill, she said. 7 people died, I remind her, because of him. It was accidental. It was criminal negligence. He deserved what he got. The guards led us around a corner. We followed along. The whole place was a maze. Why bring me here at all? Science. As always. Can't say I like this. Noted. We enter a stark room containing a single metal table. On one side sat a prisoner in a bright orange jumpsuit. Balding man in his late 40s, maybe early 50s. He was handcuffed to the table. He didn't look anything like a threat. Strat sat down. When and I sat off. Strat and I sat down opposite of him. The guards closed the door behind us. The man looked at us. He tilted his head slightly, waiting for someone to speak. Dr. Robert Riddell? Strat said. Call me Bob, he said. I'll call you Dr. Riddell. She pulled out a file. She pulled a file out of her briefcase and looked it over. You're currently serving a life sentence for 7 counts of culpable homicide. That's their excuse for me being here, yes, he said. I piped up. 7 people died on your rig because of your negligence. Seems like a pretty good excuse for you to be here. He shook his head. 7 people died because the control room didn't follow procedure and activated a primary pumping station while workers were still in the reflector tower. It was a horrible accident, but it was an accident. Enlighten us, then, I said. If the deaths at your solar farm weren't your fault, why are you here? Because the government thinks I embezzled millions of dollars. And why do they think that? Because I embezzled millions of dollars. He adjusted his shackled wrists into a more comfortable position. But that had nothing to do with the deaths. Nothing. Tell me about your black panel power idea, Strat said. Black panel? He drew back. It was just an idea I'd email. It was just an idea. I emailed that anonymously. Strat rolled her eyes. Do you really think email sent from a prison computer lab is anonymous? He looked away. I'm not a computer guy, I'm an engineer. I want to hear more about Black Panel, she said. And if I like what I hear, I could reduce your jail time, so start talking. He perked up. Well, I mean, okay. What do you want to know about solar thermal power? Strat looked at me. I said, it's when you have a whole bunch of mirrors set up to reflect sunlight on top of a tower. If you get a few hundred square meters of mirror focusing all that sunlight onto a single point, you can heat up water, make it boil, and run a turbine. Turned to Strat. That's not new. Heck, there's a fully functional solar thermal power plant in Spain right now. If you want to know about it, talk to them. She silenced me with a hand motion. And that's what you were making for New Zealand? Well, he said, it was funded by New Zealand, but the idea was to provide power to Africa. Why would New Zealand pay a bunch of money to help Africa? I asked. Because we're nice, Redell said. Wow, I know New Zealand was pretty cool, but. And it was going to be a New Zealand owned company that charged for the power. There it is. He leaned forward. Africa needs infrastructure. To do that, they need power. They have a 9 million square kilometers of useless land that gets some of the most intense continuous sunlight on Earth. The Sahara Desert is just sitting there, waiting to give them everything they need. All we gotta do is build the damn power plants. He flopped back in his chair, but every local government wanted a piece of the pie. Bribes, payoffs, oh shit. He flopped back in his chair. But every local government wanted a piece of the pie. Bribes, payoffs, you name it. I, you think I embezzled a lot? Shit, that's nothing compared to what I had to pay in bribes just to put solar plant in the middle of the fucking nowhere. And then, Strat asked. He looked at his shoes. We built a pilot plant, 1 square kilometer of mirror area. All of it focused on large metal drum full of water on top of the tower. Boil the water, run a turbine, you know the drill. I had a crew checking the drum for leaks. When anyone's in the tower, the mirrors are supposed to be angled away. Someone in the control room fired up the whole system when they thought they were starting a virtual test. He sighed. 7 people, all dead in an instant. At least they didn't suffer much. Someone had to pay. The victims were all New Zealanders, and so am I. The government came after me. It was a farce of a trial. And the embezzlement? I said. Yeah, that came up with the trial too, but I would have gotten away with it if the project had been successful. I'm not to blame here. I mean, yes, stealing money. Okay, I'm guilty of that, but I didn't kill those people. Not through negligence or any other means. Where were you when the accident happened? Strat said. Where were you? Was in Monaco on vacation. You'd been there for 3 months on that vacation, gambling away your embezzled money. I have a problem, he said. I admit that. I mean, I was gambling debt that made me embezzle in the first place. It's a sickness. And what if you had been doing your job instead of going on a bender for 3 months? What if you had been there the day the accident happened? Would the accident still have happened? His expression was answer enough. Okay, Strat said. Now we're past the excuses and bullshit. You know you're not going to convince me you're an innocent scapegoat. Now that you know that, let's move on. Tell me about black panels. Yeah, okay, composed himself. Spent my whole life on the energy sector, so obviously astrophage is real interesting to me. A storage medium like that, man, if it weren't for what it's doing to the sun, they'd be the greatest stroke of luck for humanity in history. He shifted in his seat. Nuclear reactors, coal plants, solar thermal plants, at the end of the day, they all do the same thing. Use heat to boil water, use the steam to drive a turbine. But with astrophage, you don't need any of that crap. Turns heat directly into stored energy, and it doesn't even need a big heat differential. With anything above 96.415 degrees. We know, I said. I've been using a nuclear reactor's heat to breed up astrophage for the past several months. What'd you get? Maybe a few grams? My idea can get you 1,000 kilograms per day. In a few years, you'll have enough to build enough for that whole Hail Mary mission. It'll take you longer than that to build the ship anyway. All right, you have my attention, I said. Of course, Strat hadn't told me anything about whatever black panel was. Get a square metal foil. Pretty much any metal will do. Anodize it until it's black. Don't paint it, anodize it. Clear glass over it, leave 1 centimeter gap between the glass and the foil. Seal the edges with brick foam or some other good insulator, and then set it out in the sun. Okay, what good'll that do? Well, the black foil will absorb the sunlight and get hot. Glass, the gloss will insulate it from outside air. Any heat loss has to pass through the glass, and that's slow. It'll reach equilibrium temperature over 100 degrees Celsius. Jesus fucking Christ, I can't read today. I nod. And at that temperature, you can enrich astrophage. Yes, but it would be ridiculously slow. If you had 1 square meter box in ideal weather conditions, say 1,000 watts per square of meter of solar energy, it's about half a microgram per day, he said, give or take. It's a far cry from the 1,000 kilograms per day. He smiled. Just a matter of how many square meters you make of it. You'd need 2 trillion square. The Sahara Desert is 9 trillion square meters. That went by fast, Stretz said. Explain. Well, I said, he wants to pave a chunk of the Sahara Desert with black panels, like a quarter of the entire. Oh, okay, Bond, have come see ya. A quarter of the entire Sahara Desert would be the biggest thing ever made by humanity, he said. It'd be starkly visible from space. I glared at him. And it would destroy the ecology of Africa and probably Europe. Not as much as the coming ice? Sage will. Judd held up her hand. Dr. Grace, will it work? I need to drink some water. Oh, trying to do Bob's accent sucks for my throat. Well, I mean, it's a sound concept, but I don't know if it's even possible to implement. This isn't like making a building or a road. We're talking about literally trillions of these things. Riddell leaned in. That's why I designed the back panels to be made entirely out of foil. Glass and ceramics, all materials we have plenty of here on Earth. Wait, I said. How do the astrophage breed in this scenario? Your black panels are enrich them, sure, but then they'll be breed ready, but there are a bunch of steps they need to go through when they breed. Oh, I know, he smirked. We'll have a static magnet in there to give them a magnetic field to follow. They'll need that to kick off the migration response. Then we'll have a small IR filter on part of the glass. It'll only let the CO2 IR spectra signature wavelengths through. The astrophage will have to go there to breed, and after dividing, they'll head toward the glass because that's the direction of the sun. We'll have a small pinhole somewhere in the side of the panel for air exchange with the outside. It'll be slow enough that it doesn't cool down the panel, but fast enough to replenish the CO2 used by astrophage while breeding. I opened my mouth to protest, but I couldn't find anything wrong with it. He'd thought it all through. Well, said Strat, as a breeder system, it's horrible. Way less efficient and far lower yield than my system on the carrier's reactor. But he didn't design it for efficiency, he designed it for scalability. That's right, he said, pointed to Strat. I hear you have godlike authority over pretty much the whole world right now. That's an exaggeration, she said. Not much of one, though, I said. Riddell continued. Can you get China to orient their industrial base around making black panels? Not just them, pretty much every industrial nation on Earth. That's what it would take. She pursed her lips. After a moment, she said, Yes. And can you tell the goddamn corrupt government officials in North Africa to stay out of the way? That part will be easy, she said. When this is all over, those governments will keep the black panels. They'll be the industrial energy powerhouse of the world. See, there we go, he said. Save the world and permanently lift Africa out of poverty while we're at it. Of course. This is all just the just theory. I have to develop the black panel and make sure we can mass produce it. I'd need to be in a lab instead of prison. Strap mulled it over, then she stood. Okay, you're with us. He pumped his fist. Alright, I need a drink and a second to rest my throat.
I can't do an Australian New Zealand accent for shit, and my throat hated every minute of that. Mm, mm. So how's everybody doing? Who's texting me? Oh, it's Chippy. Yeah, I know. It sucked. I did a really bad job. I couldn't keep it consistent. Dragon Yummy. Hello. Hello. I don't think I know you. Hmm. New viewer. Welcome, welcome. Hmm. What is this? Ah. Hi. Welcome to the stream. And thank you. Thank you so much. Hi. My gosh, okay. Wow, not only am I seeing old friends, we got new friends. Hi, I'm Flem Starfell. I am reading Project Hail Mary to a bunch of my friends who have never read Project Hail Mary. It's one of the few things I can do that makes me happy right now because this book is my entire hyperfixation and I need to fucking get back to streaming already. Um, no worries. Have a good night, Ken. Thank you so much for coming. I'm yeah. No, I don't get new viewers a lot. This is so cool. Um, I am your shooting star VTuber. I'm currently working up to a debut with my agency, um, which will happen eventually. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, wait, are you the new Project Hail Mary Twitter mutual that I've been seeing? I'm gaining a lot of those. Uh, but like, I finally found myself on the right side of Twitter. Um, yeah, you actually missed the part where I pulled out a piano app in order to Okay, so much like Ryland, I'm a bit of a redneck engineer when it comes to getting things done in a way that's somewhat efficient or useful. And for the part of the book where Rocky isn't translatable yet, and it's just a bunch of musical notes on a page, I needed to find a way to translate that into an auditory format. So I put a piano app on my phone and I just played random notes. Um, and it worked. Honestly, if you found me by complete coincidence because you just happened to be looking for Project Hail Mary related shit on YouTube, I wouldn't be surprised either. If I ever end up on people's recommended pages, I'm going to scream. I am so fucking tiny. The smallest of small VTubers. Okay, okay. So there's a break in the text, and I assume we're back on the ship. I have actually listened to this audiobook an entire. Oh yeah, I keep all the VODs up, so if you want to watch the older chapters as well, they're up. Um, fuck.
Remind myself where we are. We're reading through chapter 13, so we're about halfway through the book at the moment. Um, I've listened to the entire audiobook and I've seen the movie, and I'm re-listening to the audiobook for the first for like this is my second time listening to it. But I thought since I'd bought the book just because I wanted something resembling merch, which I have more merch coming today actually. But I bought the book because I wanted to just have it so I could display it so people know I like the book. And I figured I might as well read it to my audience because that's so fucking awesome. Okay. Wow. Um I figured I'd read it to my audience because a bunch of my audience members are just friends and a couple of them like Ken are longtime viewers from different streams I've done here and there that don't know the book. So, yeah, I don't know. It gets some use out of my physical media that I'm very proud to own and allows me to give a few of my friends a look into my favorite thing. All right. I wake up in my bed, which is mounted to the tunnel wall. That first night was a kludge with duct tape. Since then, I learned that epoxy glue works well on xenonite, so I was able to attach a couple of anchor points and mount the mattress properly. I sleep in the tunnel every night now. Rocky insists, and once every 86 hours or so, Rocky sleeps in the tunnel and wants me to watch. Well, he's only slept 3 times so far, so my data on his waking period is a bit sparse, but he's been kind of consistent on it. Stretch out my arms and yawn. Good morning, Rocky says. It's pitch dark. I turn on the lamp mounted next to the bed. Rocky has an entire workshop set up on his side of the tunnel. He's always making modifications or repairs to something or other. Seems like his ship is constantly in need of repair. Right this moment, he holds an oblong metal device with 2 of his hands and uses another 2 to poke at the innards with the needle-like tools. The remaining hand grasps a handle on the wall. Morning, I say. I'm gonna eat. I'll be back. Rocky waves absently. Eat. I float down to the dormitory for my morning ritual. I ate a prepackaged breakfast, scrambled eggs with pork sausage, and a bag of hot coffee. Oh, hey, his food is solid now. That's exciting. Hey, he's eating solid food. It's been a few days since I last cleaned up, and I can smell my own body odor. Not a good sign. So I sponge off at the sponge bath station and get into a clean jumpsuit. All this technology, and I haven't seen any means of cleaning clothing, so I've taken to soaking it in water, putting it in the lab freezer for a while. Actually, really cool Project Hail Mary movie detail. Uh, in the scene where Rocky first enters the Hail Mary in his ball, you can see a clothesline that's been set up just outside the tunnel in the airlock. This implies that Ryland has been using the airlock to dry his clothes. I don't know if anyone else has caught that, but it appears to be the movie referencing the fact that he dries his clothes in the freezer, which I think is really cool. And you know what? Drying them in the airlock kind of makes sense too, especially once the tunnel's been installed. Kills all the germs, and those are what cause the smell. Fresh, not clean clothes. Oh, Ryland. I pull the jumpsuit on. I've decided today is the day. After a week of honing our language skills, Rocky and I are ready to start having real conversations. Can even understand him without having to look at the translation about a third of the time now. I float back to the tunnel, sipping the last of my coffee. Okay, finally, I think we have the words for this discussion. Here goes. Hmm. Rocky, I'm here because Astrophage makes Soul sick, but doesn't make Tauceti sick. Are you here for the same reason? Rocky puts the device and his tools on his bandolier and climbs along the support rails and divider. Good, he understands this is a serious conversation. Yes, no understand why Tauceti not sick, but Eridani is sick. If Astrophage no leave Eridani, my people die. Same, I say. Same. If Astrophage continues to infect Soul, all the humans will die. Good, same. You and me will save Eridani and Soul. Yes. Why did other humans on U ship die? Question. Rocky asks. Oh, so we're gonna talk about that. I rub the back of my head. We, slept all the way here. Not a normal sleep, a special sleep, a dangerous sleep but necessary. My crewmates died, but I didn't. Random luck. Bad, he says. Bad. Why did the other Iridians die? I not know. Everyone gets sick, then everyone die. His voice quavers. I not sick. I not know why. God, I say with a sigh. What kind of sick? He thinks for a moment. I need word. Small life, single thing, like astrophage. Iridian body made of many, many of these. Cell, I say. My body is made of cells too. He says the Iridian word for cell, and I add the tones to my ever-growing dictionary. Cell, he says. Like who have problem with cells. Many, many cells die. Not infection, not injury, no reason, but not me. Never me. Why question I not know. Each individual cell in the affected Iridians died? That sounds horrible. It also sounds like radiation sickness. How am I going to explain radiation sickness to this guy? I shouldn't have to. If there is spacefaring people, they should already understand radiation. We don't have a word for it between us yet. Let's work on that. I need a word. Fast moving hydrogen atoms. Very, very fast. Hot gas. No, faster than that. Very, very, very fast. He wiggles his carapace. He's confused. Try another approach. Space has very, very, very fast hydrogen atoms. They move at almost the speed of light. They were created by stars long, long, long ago. No, no mass in space. Space is empty. Oh boy. No, that's wrong. There are hydrogen atoms in space. Very, very fast hydrogen atoms. Understand. You didn't know that? No. I stare in shock. How can a civilization develop space travel without ever discovering radiation? And there's a break in the text, which means I'm going to the bathroom. Be good, talk amongst yourselves.
Grabbed my house keys, gang. I'll be back. Forgot something. Do I have... What? Okay. Shit. Too strong.
everybody. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Eh, Rolling back up in my little wheelie chair. There is still no sign of my Ryland merch package. But I hope that it will come soon. Etsy's tracking system says it's on the way. So, look, I will knock out another chapter, maybe, and then I'll close out and you can all go bother Bliss on their on their Twitch. Um, okay. Ooh, we're back on Earth. Dr. Grace, she said. Dr. Loken, I said. We sat across from each other at a small steel table. It was a tiny room, but spacious by aircraft carrier standards. I didn't quite understand its original purpose, and its name was written in Chinese characters. I think it was a place for the navigator to look at charts. Thank you for making time to see me, she said. Not a problem. As a rule, we tried to avoid each other. Our relationship had matured from annoyed with each other to very annoyed with each other. Jesus Christ, Ryland, is there anyone you won't beef with? I was as much a part of the problem as she was, but we got off on the wrong foot all those months ago back in Geneva and never really improved. Of course, I don't think this is necessary. Neither do I said. Strad insisted you run this stuff by me, so here we are. I have an idea, but I want your opinion. She pulled out a file and handed it to me. CERN is going to release this paper next week. It is a rough draft, but I know everyone there, so they let me see an advance copy. Okay, what's it about? They figured out how astrophage stores energy. Really? Then I gasped and then I cleared my throat. Really? Yes, and frankly, it's amazing. She pointed to the graph on the first page. Long story short, it's neutrinos. Neutrinos? How the heck? I know. It's very counterintuitive, but there's a large neutrino burst every time they kill an astrophage. They even took samples to the Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory and punctured them in the main detector pool. They got a massive number of hits. Astrophage can only contain neutrinos if it's alive, and there's a lot of them in there. How does it make neutrinos? She flipped a few pages in the paper and pointed to another chart. This is more your area than mine, but microbiologists have confirmed astrophage has a lot of free hydrogen ions, raw protons with no electron, zipping around just inside the cell membrane. Yeah, I remember reading about that. It was a group in Russia that found that out. She nodded. CERN is pretty sure that through a mechanism we don't understand, when those protons collide at high enough velocity, their kinetic energy is converted into two neutrinos with opposite momentum vectors. I leaned back confused. That is really odd. Mass usually doesn't happen like that. Not quite true. Sometimes gamma rays, when they pass close to an atomic nucleus, will spontaneously become an electron in a positron. It's called pair production, so it's not unheard of, but we've never seen neutrinos created that way. That's kind of neat. Never got too deep into atomic physics. I've never heard of pair production before. It's a thing. Okay. Anyway, she said, there's a lot of complicated stuff about neutrinos I won't get into, but there are different kinds, and they can even change what kind they are. But the upshot is this. They're an extremely small particle. Their mass is something like 1/20 billionth the mass of a proton. Wait, I said. We know astrophage is always 96.145 degrees Celsius. Temperature is just the velocity of the particles inside, so we should be able to calculate the velocity of the particles inside, yes. Yes. We know the average velocity of protons and we know their mass, which means we know their kinetic energy. I know where you're going with this, and the answer is yes, it balances. Wow. Put a hand on my forehead. That's amazing. Yes, it is. That was the answer to the long asked question. Why is astrophages criminal? Why is astrophage's critical temperature what it is? Why not hotter? Why not colder? Astrophage makes neutrinos in pairs by slamming protons together. For the reaction to work, it needs to collide with a higher kinetic energy than the mass energy of two neutrinos. If you work backward from the mass of a neutrino, you know the velocity those protons have to collide at. And when you know the velocity of particles in an object, you know its temperature. To have enough kinetic energy to make neutrinos, the protons have to be 96.415 degrees Celsius. Oh man, I said. So any heat energy above critical temperature will just make the protons collide harder. Yes, they'll make neutrinos and have leftover energy. Then they bump into other protons, etc. Any heat energy above the critical temperature gets quickly converted into neutrinos, but if it drops below critical temperature, protons are going too slow and the neutrino production stops. End result, you can't get it hotter than 96.415 degrees. Not for long, anyway, and if it gets too cold, the astrophage uses stored energy to heat back up the temperature, just like any other warm blooded life form. She gave me a moment to let it sink in. CERN really came through, but a couple of things still bothered me. So it makes neutrinos. How does it turn them back into energy? That's the easy part, she said. Neutrinos are what's called Majorana particles. It means the neutrino is its own antiparticle. Basically, every time two neutrinos collide, it's a matter-antimatter interaction. They annihilate, become photons. Two photons, actually. The same wavelength and going opposite directions. And since the wavelength of a photon is based on the energy in the photon, the Petrova wavelength, I yelped. She nodded. Yes, the mass energy of a neutrino is exactly the same as the energy found in one photon of Petrova wavelength light. This paper is truly groundbreaking. I rest my chin on my hands. Wow. Just wow. I guess the only remaining question is how does an astrophage keep neutrinos inside? We don't know. Neutrinos routinely pass through the entire planet Earth without hitting a single atom. They're just that small. Well, it's more about quantum wavelengths and possibilities of collision. But suffice it to say, neutrinos are famously hard to interact with. But for some reason, astrophage has what we call supercross sectionality. That's just a fancy term meaning nothing can quantum tunnel through it. It goes against every law of particle physics we thought we knew, but it's been proven over and over. Yeah, tap my finger on the table. It absorbs all wavelengths of light, even wavelengths that should be too large to interact with it. Yes, she said. Turns out it also collides with all matter that tries to get by, no matter how unlikely that collision should be. Anyway, as long as an astrophage is alive, it exhibits this super cross sectionality, and that brings us nicely to what I wanted to talk to you about. Oh, I said, there's more? Yes. She pulled a diagram of the Hail Mary hull out of her bag. This is what I need you for. I'm working on radiation protection for the Hail Mary. Of course, astrophage will block it all. Maybe, she said. But I need to know how space radiation works, to be sure. I know the broad strokes, but not the details. Please enlighten me. Folded my arms. Well, there's two kinds, really. High energy particles emitted by the sun, and CGRs that are just kind of everywhere. Start with the solar particles, she said. Huh? Oh, no, he hasn't shown up yet. Sure, solar particles are just hydrogen atoms emitted by the sun. Sometimes a magnetic storm on the sun can cause it to spit out a whole bunch of them. Other times it's relatively quiet, and lately the astrophage infection has been robbing so much energy from the sun that magnetic storms are less common. Horrifying, she said. I know. Did you hear that global warming has been almost undone? She nodded. Humanity's recklessness with our environment accidentally bought us an extra month by the time of preheating the planet. Well, we fell in poop and came out smelling like roses, I said. I have not heard that one. We don't have that expression in Norwegian. You do now, I smiled. She looked down at the whole plan. Why does nobody ship Grace and Loken? These two are awesome. I love rivals to lovers. These two would be so cute. Standing me up. Yeah, I don't know where my man is, but he better get here faster. Dude, I'd be down for Grace and Loken as a pair. This is cute. Two are fun. Loken is only in the book for like 2 seconds, or in the movie for like 2 seconds, but I like their interaction a lot. Good rare pair for the Project Hail Mary fandom. Uh, how fast do these solar particles travel? She asked. About 400 kilometers per second. Good, we can ignore them. She scribbled a note to herself on the paper. The Hail Mary will be going away faster than that within 8 hours. I won't be able to catch up, let alone do any damage. It's really amazing what we're doing. I mean, jeez. Astrophage would be the best thing ever if it weren't, destroying the sun. I know, she said. Baby, where the hell is my house? Yeah, for real. What is taking him so long? Now tell me about GCRs. Those are trickier, it says. I said. It stands for Galactic Cosmic Rays, she said. And they're not cosmic rays, right? Right. They're just hydrogen ions, protons, but they're going a lot faster. They're going nearly the speed of light. Why are they called cosmic rays if they're not even electromagnetic emissions? People used to think they were. The name stuck. Do they come from some common source? Nope. They're omnidirectional. They're made by supernovas, which happen all over the place. We're just kind of constantly awash with GCRs in all directions. And they're a huge problem for space travel. Well, not anymore. I leaned forward to look at her schematic again. It was a cross section of a hull. There was a 1 millimeter void between two walls. Are you gonna fill that area with astrophage? That's the plan. I pondered the schematic. You want to fill the hull with fuel? Isn't that dangerous? Only if we let it see CO2 band light. If it doesn't see CO2, it won't do anything, and it'll be in the dark between the hulls. Dimitri plans to make a fuel slurry out of astrophage and low viscosity oil. Astrophage and low viscosity oil to make it easier to transport to the engines. I want to line the hull with that stuff. Pinched my chin. Work, but astrophage can die from physical trauma. You can kill one by poking it with a sharp nanostick. Yes, that's why I asked CERN to do some off the books experiments for me as a favor. Wow, CERN will just do whatever you want? You like a mini strat or something? Old friends and contacts. Anyway, they found that even particles moving near light speed can't get past astrophage, and none of them seem to kill it either. That actually makes a lot of sense, I said. It evolved to live on the surface of stars. They must get bombarded by energy and very fast moving particles all the time. She pointed to a zoomed in schematic of astrophage canals. The entire radiation load will be halted. All we need is a layer of astrophage slurry thick enough to guarantee there's always an astrophage cell in the way of any incoming particles. 1 millimeter should be more than enough. Plus, we don't waste any mass. We'll be using the fuel itself as insulation. And if the crew need that last little bit of astrophage, well, consider it a reserve. A reserve that could power New York City for 20,000 years. She looked at the diagram, then back to me. You did all that math in your head? I had some shortcuts. We're dealing with such absurd scales of energy here. I tend to think New York City years of energy, which is about half, about 1.5 gram of that, which is about half of 1 gram of astrophage. She rubs her temples. And we need to make 2 million kilograms of it. If we make a mistake along the way, we'll save astrophage the trouble of destroying humanity by doing it ourselves. Yeah, I think about that a lot. So what do you think? She said. Is this a terrible idea or could it work? I think it's genius. She smiled and looked away. And that's chapter 13.
I can't. I I think I've just become the world's first Grace and Loken shipper, and I don't know how or why. They're cute. I like those two. I like Loken a lot. I think she's an underrated character. Just up there with Dimitri in terms of book characters I wish we'd seen more of. I mean, we see her a little bit, not nearly enough. I mean, damn. I'm gonna check the tracking on my Ryland plushie again. Please come home, Mr. Boy. I want you home. Come home. Verifying recipient's address. Possible delay. Boo fucking who. Alright, well, I did say we were gonna do one last chapter, and I guess that's the end of the chapter, so I guess I'm done. A pioneer. Yes, truly. I'm the first of my kind. Yeah, they started verifying my address at 11:25. It's now 2:45. People have already gotten Amazon deliveries. The mail truck should be through soon. Yeah, I don't know why you weren't already like preparing it while I was doing my thing, but yeah, that's book club for the day. Um, thank you all for coming. I feel a lot better than I did this morning. It's good. I can't express how much streaming helps me, how happy it makes me, how much better I feel when this is what I'm doing. Yeah, I guess. We're making Pepsi body wash. But yeah, that was stream today. Thank you all so much for coming. I had a wonderful time. I love you guys. Um, I cannot express, genuinely cannot express how much better I feel when I've been hanging out with all of you. You heard me. You heard me, Bon. Did I stutter? Did I stutter? But yeah, thank you all so much for coming. I glad you could make it. I love you guys, and I will see you all probably tomorrow, actually. I'm off tomorrow again, so we'll do more book. Okay, thank you. Bye, guys. Bye bye.